Iboru, Iboye, Iboshishe. Now, the version you're seeing doesn't have all the accents because with this particular, using the fonts that were available to me, only certain of the vowels could be accented, and there's no subdot, so you couldn't put a subdot on the S and things like that. But it gives you close enough, and it tells you this, what it means. So these were the names of 3 women. Iboru, the sacrifice is given. Iboye, the sacrifice is suitable. Iboshishe, the sacrifice made it come to pass. But they had more practical rationale in culture. It says, the planting gives birth without making or doing ebo. So in other words, there's certain things that no matter what a diviner tells you, it's going to be or it ain't going to be. And this is what Vodou points out, that you said sometimes you can strive as might and main, and you win some and you lose some, whether you make sacrifice or not. So that in Ogunda Meiji, it tells you, Iboru, the planting gives birth without ebo. It doesn't have to make ebo, it doesn't worship anything. It is itself and its own reality. And nature takes its own course. First lesson. Iboye, the sacrifice is suitable. It says, yeah, even when it's suitable, people end up put in jail. The innocent are crucified or jailed or suffer along with the guilty. So that even when the sacrifice, you've done everything proper and it's a properly, you've done the proper sacrifice, that doesn't mean you won't go to jail. Iboshishe, the sacrifice made it come to pass. Well, it's when your daughter is ready for marriage. What we work for is for our children to go on, to live longer than we will live, to bury us. I remember my wife and I, we've been together now, oh God, we've been married 40 years and we've been together longer than that, 45. And I told her once, we had an argument. And I told her, I said, well, let me know when you're no longer angry with me, because I'm not going to bother you. So you're going to be mad for a day, a week, whatever. And then will you tell me how much time? I'll come back, and then we'll go on as usual. So she looked at me like she said, you're crazy. I said, listen, if you think this is going to be the reason for us breaking up or divorce, then you're crazy. This is minor stuff. This is not the fruit of divorce. I said, what's the plan? My plan is for you to bury me. That's the plan. So that I don't plan on going anywhere. I made my choice, and thank God it's been a good choice. Moving on, this is Vodou pointing out. We're going to keep moving along because we could be here for a minute. But Vodou, the seer of visions, of histrionic performances. That's why Vodou equals Ari or Juran, that she is the seer of visions of histrionic performances. She can project into the future. She can look back into the past. It's in that this phenomena, this is what Fa is to us. This is what the scrape means, not just the scrape, because Orunmila doesn't actually talk about scrape. Orunmila talks about toss, so that when you translate the word Orunmila, before you had this sort of system of making scrapes, you had the system of throwing, and it was heads and tails. So that it's in that as my dear friend one day pointed out at Harvard many years ago when we had this big conference, And he did this in open forum. He said, well, we have to admit, not only is the Obi, divination with Obi oldest, but then divination with cowrie shells is even older than Iking. So that it's in that Orumiba's name is born. It's in the throwing of Iking, in the throwing of Obi, that name comes into play. It's only later, with other influences that we won't get into here, that other systems, and now those systems seem to dominate, but you understand when you throw Opoele, you're going back, you're not going forward. Anyway, we're gonna move on because his other wife was Iwa. Omuluwabi, the child born of the chief source, originator of Iwa, of character. This was and it says, you can read it. She is said to have been married to Orumiba, who mistreated her. He exhibited Iwakiwa, bad character. Aiteriba, disrespectfulness, and caused her to leave him. When his life and fortunes had suffered badly, he was forced to go and appease Iwa. So that in the Oduifa, or Yeku Ilogbe, which says the avoider of death has supporters. Another, which is another, we can stay here a week, but let's not, I only have so many minutes. So that in this order, we find out what was the first woman? What was she named? That in her name, one who possesses or gave birth to the possession, our children, even though in this modern age, you say, oh, you don't own your children. Well, as my father used to say, until you want to get on the other side of the door the carpenter left, this is my house and you follow my rules. So that basically, yes, you are my son. And I had to abide by that until I was ready to be on the other side of that door, which never actually occurred. All right, I see that we didn't get all of the language, but that's okay, because you see, it's Owo Odu, the hands of Odu. Why was Odu this? What I've been working on in the last few years is taking all the information I have and creating within artists illustrations of what Odu would look like. The most telling thing, and in this rendering, the thing we don't see is that she is called Ekun, leopard, because her eyes, she had eyes. She was considered a beautiful woman, but she had eyes that would make you want her, that she was so becoming. But she had 6 fingers on each hand. This is one of those names that comes with her from heaven, that comes with special children. She is one of the chief of the special children, special birth people, Odu. So that when she comes here with this ability, the ability to ba. We say ba, to grab, to hold, to take hold of things that are both material and immaterial, spiritual and corporal. That is her ability. That ability to know, to hold on to something. How can you hold that? How do you know that? How do you understand that? How do you see that? And more importantly, why would you say that? There's an old blues, and the guy says, he says, now why do you say that? So it goes on. Why? Because this is Odu, the one that can see and say about yet to be and what has been. It's in this special place of children that are born in special ways. There's a book, this comes from a book that in the next year or so, I'm gonna look for the rights, because the book is totally translated. This is all in Yoruba. The whole book is in Yoruba. And the Ijebu section is the real hard. It's really, Ijebu is a separate, it's a real special Yoruba. And war ain't that easy either. But as my friend Roland Abiodun would point out, but these are just some of the illustrations that show you all the children that birthing is, and who rules birthing? Women. This is not the realm of men. Midwives, women help other women bring life forth. But it's as close to what the Greeks called enteral reading. You want to see what comes out, what issues into the world with the child. Where is the umbilical? Where is the placenta? Where is this? Is the caul, is the sac still in play? Is it complete? Does the child come feet first like Ige? That's sacred to Òrìṣà. Why? Because in that Ige, that special child, and it's very, remember, it's very dangerous. You come feet first, the child might suffocate. So that there's this whole issue of danger, of special nature of the birth. But then all of these, so that you see Amusan, Ato, what they call Ato, Egun, depending on whether it's female or male, but they are automatically, you don't need a Babalao, you don't need a Òrìṣà, you don't need anybody. The women there know, if this child is born with this condition in this state, it must be then a special child of Egun. That, okay, is a special child of Obatala. Ajasha is also Obatala, because they're wearing Ewu, this large agbada, but it's agbada of skin, of membrane. Odu, 6 fingers on each hand. Not one hand, they show only one hand, but it's got to be on each hand. And so that each of these, the realm of women, so that who are the first diviners? This is the issue that I bring up in the book. Who are the first diviners? Are women. The first diviners, and in every category. This is my brother, we're going on, we can go on, because we talk about, there's so many things. Also about possession, that you show that in places like Brazil, in places like Cuba, and even in West Africa, who are considered the best recipients of Òrìṣà. Who can house Òrìṣà? Women, because women are already made ready to accept a traveler, a visitor. Their womb is ready. They have a vacancy set up almost forever. So that it's in that. Now, it doesn't mean that men, because I'm showing you 2 males who are both possessed. One with Obatala, the other with Eshu. This priest, they're both on the, well, 2 of them are definitely on the other side. This gentleman, he used to get possessed with Eshu and forget it. Yeah, they'd have to catch him before this. He went up in a tree, a very large, a very tall tree. And I was at the ceremony. So I ran out and they said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to get a picture." And I took, and he saw me, and I have several pictures of him. If you look in the Eshu book, on Eshu Arts in the America, you see you see my conversation about this phenomena. But here you have this lady with Oya. She's a priestess of Oya, and she is possessed with Oya. And this one hand forest, the other hand dove, Eye, so that she moves between these 2 places, these two climes. All of that. And we can go on. I'm going to pass. And here is where Odu plays out, this is where the mixing of Merindi Logun takes place. This is a collar for my ate. Every year at the reading of the year in my home, for my house, I bring this out. It's very beautiful, very big. And I use it only once a year because it's a little bit overwhelming. But it's the point. This is where Odu moves. This is the world of Odu. This is that feminine world. And I am not an Egyptologist. I don't follow that thought, because we did not emanate from Egypt. And you can read in my work for that. But the similarities in terms of this idea of wisdom, this idea of feathers and birds, and where birds and the ability to be high above and to see down, and all of these emblems go into what Odu is. Eye, birds, again, we can go, but we go to another that's not understood. Aya, Aja. Aja, who is Aja? She is the sister of Aroni. She is the elder sister. But more importantly, she predates Osayin. Osayin, the healer, Osayin, the healer, that's what the word means, Osayin, the healer who is praised, Osayin, who is praised. But she is Aja. What was her grouping? She was more than likely pygmy, what we call pygmies, that lived in the forests that were of all over West Africa. Now those forests have been cut down, moved back, and depleted, but all the way from what we consider the Congo Valley, the Congo Basin, where the Congo River, that mighty river, flows into the Atlantic, and the tremendous watershed, and the Niger, all of those forested regions is where these people lived, and where women were the healers, the mendicants. There were no chiefs. Women and men were equal. So that this goes back to a primordial time, but here's the interesting point that you must pay attention to. Well, you don't have to, but I did. Her brother, Aroni, who is often tied to Eshu, in many rows of Eshu, you have this because of the idea of he came out deformed. Now, some stories, they tell you, well, he had the tail of a dog, he had this, he had that. No, we know for sure that in the references to him, that he had only one leg. And there was some deformity in his facial features, and his sister was, even though diminutive, was fully formed. Well, we're going to see a group of women that were twins, because Aya or Aja and Aroni are twins, Ibeji. One well-formed, the other deformed. This model repeats itself in many important cases. Okay, we'll see it when we get to Nana. We see it when we get to Oshumare. So that we see it in these forms, and the point being, everybody thinks of Osayin as the patron of herbalists. His boss is this lady, Aja. When they leave gifts at the foot of trees, as you see in Brazil, this is all in Bahia. When you see them leaving offerings, when other diviners go into the bush, when you go, even when you're going to pick herbs, you must mention her. You can mention Osino as well and thank him and thank, but it's her who is his senior. And that is not by accident, that this primordial people, these primordial people that knew the forest and knew all of the uses of herbs that were in their domain. And as you read in my work, they had an intimate relationship with Anya, the sound of music, not just the drum, but the sound of drumming, of heartbeat, of breath, all of the when you sing that, when you say that, when you really into the blues and go, oh, I don't know where you're going. Well, that's all. Leon Thomas, he understood pygmy singing. He understood the hockening. He understood that deep spiritual touch. But it's the thing that you need in order to make medicine, in order to make things work, in order to call down power and call the energy out of leaves, out of power. That's why I tell people, when you're making Osine, when you're in Igbodu and you're making medicine, there's no drumming, there's only singing. It's a cappella singing, there's no drumming. Why? Because it's in the words and in the intonation and in your voice that you bring, and the herb itself that you call upon power that God has left there for us now to do work with. So this is Aja. This is in Brazil. We can go on because remember, this is the whole course. And then you have Egungun Osain, and then you have Egungun Aroni. And you look at the difference in their Egungun, because here, even in Cuba, we don't have this anymore. The people had this ability because even though in the story of Osain, where the house fell upon him because of jealousy. If you see, what's the good of me being a diviner? I can tell you, oh, you're going to be sick, you're going to be this. That's wonderful. You have the aspirin, you have the cure, you have the medicine. Oh no, you have to go see Susie or Joe for the medicine. Well, then what the hell I need you for? I know I'm sick, I'm coughing. So that's where Osine had all the medicine. And those who wanted to be the announcers of ill, if they didn't have the medicine, what was the good? So jealousy caused the calamity to befall him in the stories that we know from Odu Ifa. But even in his change, even in the Egun, we see how his mouth and his voices, and he had a little squeaky voice, and he spoke like a bird, and he had a bird-like voice, and his voice had been altered because it had messed with his voice box and it messed with his mouth. What a perfect play and reason for him to have an alternate, to have a little doll, an Ere Osain. All right, he had something and that little doll could then say, think of all the puppet shows you've ever seen, and the irreverent puppet, the straight man puppeteer and the irreverent puppet. That's what Osain and his Ere represent for us. So that male power goes, okay, we go to Obatala and we move, but here, let's go. I'm moving a little bit because I know my time is at a premium. But we have to know, who is Yemowo? Yemowo, they call her Yemo. Yemowo, she has other Yemu. mother who restricts or limits, she's called taboo. Because she's the one that says, don't do this, don't do that. And because of experience. But I show you two renderings. Here is a shrine that was constructed in London. They had a very large exhibition of Yoruba art. Oh God, I think it was in the 70s, 72, 73. And I couldn't get to London. A colleague of mine, a friend, he knew the woman at the British Museum. And what they were able to do, I sent a letter, because I said, well, they had photographs from the exhibit. They'd taken pictures of all the exhibits. And this was a very, very large exhibit dealing with all the Òrìṣà in actual situations, where they created shrines and everything from their vast collection of Yoruba art. So I said, okay, would it be, and as a kindness, they sent me an entire package with some, maybe 20 very large prints, black and white, perfect prints from the museum collection of this exhibit. This is of the Obatala shrine. So you see the little fellow there, that's Eshu, with his wide eyes and open and his voracious mouth. And you see Yemowo with her child. Well, this is the only rendering that I know of that actually shows Yemowo in any representation as a statue. But because the thing next to her is the Opai ring agogo, the iron bell staff that she transformed into. The story you see, the point being, I got with an artist. I said, listen, the same artist, I said, we're gonna create an image of this woman. This is Yemowo, because we need to have some identification. We need to see, we have so many pictures of Oshun, so many pictures of Yemanjá in different guises. Well, here's Yemowo. This is one of the first women to become a chief in Ife. She is still known in Ife as that. So that, and her prominence is so important that we understand in terms of feminine power, in terms of her balancing the power of Obatala. She is in Obatala. She is in that line of Obatala divinities, but on the feminine side, as they say. So we see these images on her wrap. Cowrie shells, when you talk about the big alabaster cowries, they call them eggshell cowries, the egg cowries. These are big white cowries. The ashibata, water lilies and the flowers, the boa and eggs. All of these images are hers, and her staff, her emblem of transformation. But what was her thing? When she understood Osein's ability to help with women who were giving birth and their children were dying, or their children, she gave birth to twins that were coupled. They still they didn't separate. But Osein had the medicine that helped her and other women to give birth to children that were healthy and alive. What did she do? She didn't keep it for herself. She gave it out. She made sure that all the women that she had contact with and that were available got this medication. She did better than our current illustrious leader in the sense of making universal health care. And this is back in the beginning of time, the beginning of Ife time. So we're talking 1,300 BC, things like that, that this is when Yemowo was already, this is when women were already considering, how do we stop infant mortality from rising up and consuming us, that our children must live. But, and she also understood this idea of getting drunk and drinking palm wine. So we wonder why Obatala can't drink palm wine. My wife, we had a big argument about this, not an argument, we had a debate, because at this point, the women recognized that there was some connection between drink and all of the Òrìṣà, albinos, hunchbacks, dwarfs, cripples. So it says from that time, Obatala only drinks chekete, corn liquor, and Yemo transforms into his ever on guard, Opae Rinagogo. There is this idea of the transition in history, to be on alert. Something is killing our children. Something is messing with our ability to move forward in history. That we must then create taboos. We can hear this registering right now. We're going to create taboos right now. You can't do this, you can't do that. And where people don't want to, are resisting taboos. Oh, but we always did this. Well, you're going to have to change now. We have models already in place in our own history that give us the direction, that give us the information, that give us the instruction on how we are to proceed. And we can go on.
Baba, I am.
Yeah, I know. Tell me when, because I don't have a clock here.
5 more minutes, 5 more minutes.
All right, let me move ahead. I'm gonna jump. Oh, here we are. Last one. Last one. We go to Nana Buruku and Oshumare. These two powerful women. But these two women, you ask, he said, well, where's the masculine in this? Well, I gave you a little masculine. Here's the point. Among the Fon, she is considered both male and female because of her prodigious power. She was a very strong, a very tall, big, powerful woman. A woman who refused to accept the domination of Ogun, of technology, of change. And if that meant that she would have to become less than herself. But Oshumare also. And why do we know that they were twins? Because they're both carrying Ibiri. The one that she carries is the desiccated remains of her twin. She came, just like Aja, she was the one that came out whole, but her twin didn't survive. Even the name Ibiri, when you look at my work, this is all translated. So you have it. But Oshumare, the rainbow associated with Shongo and that power, but they are both among the Fon, they're both considered male and female. They have this dual gender ability to transform. And it goes wide mound. And what? Last picture. Here is her Ibiri of Nana. But my goddaughter, Ibaye, Helen, she was a midwife. We had a conversation some years ago, and she sent me a picture. She said, oh, John, you have to go online. You can see the two-headed baby. This baby didn't survive. In London, there are two girls that are grown women now. They survived with two heads, one body, two heads. They had extra limbs that had to be amputated. But in my friend Henry's house many years ago, when he was living in Madison, Wisconsin, I was staying there for a couple of 3 or 4 days, and I'm downstairs, and he had all the Ibeji on the windowsill. downstairs, and I'm looking, and I said, oh, wow, this is an interesting Ibeji. This is from Togo with 2 heads. So I'm thinking, wow, the carver either was too lazy to make 2 bodies, and I came up with some fantastic reasoning why this Ibeji only had 2 heads. But I took a picture of it. I said, wow, this is so interesting. I didn't ask Henry. We didn't have a chance to talk about it. I just took the picture, and like thousands and thousands of pictures I have, I just squirreled it away. It wasn't until later when I was working on this other project about dolls and babies. I have this big thing on dolls that and Helen, we got this conversation about the 2-headed baby, because this baby is one. There was another one in India. So there were several that I had documented. Then I realized this wasn't an artist taking a flight of fancy. This artist in Togo, this family had actually seen this 2-headed phenomena. It's the same reason that these are all equal. The Ibiri, the 2-headed baby, and the doll, Eri Meji, are all the same phenomena. It's when a child dies or a twin that does not properly separate and does not survive. But the funny part, women know this. Men don't even know this until after the fact, because there are no men present when children are born, not in traditional societies. So this is where, for me, female power is at its ultimate. The last thought, I tell my students sometimes, I said, you have to think, Twin 77, a famous artist. Where do you think he got that name? He was the only surviving child of 7 sets of twins. Now, people say, my God. I think of his mother, who had other children. The mind that it took, the composure, the strength that it took for her to put 13 babies on the garbage heap, because that's where they're put in traditional culture. Because their thought is, that's why you don't name a child until sometime after. You have to make sure it's gonna survive, at least the initial waiting period before a name is applied. Because until then, it's not even here yet. It's still in transit. And that I will let be the end for me for today. Thank you.
Come on, y'all. I know you was over there ashaying and amening out loud like I have been the whole time.
I don't know how to get out of this thing, so I gotta call my daughter. Ayo.
Baba, just hover your mouse toward the top and you'll see something that says stop sharing.
Oh, okay, damn. See, you can control it better than me. Okay, wait a minute.
Thank you so much, Baba. That was phenomenal.
Okay, wait a minute. Stop sharing where?
Oh, no, you're good. You already did it. You already did it.
Okay, cool.
Powerful, amazing.
Well, remember, excuse me, this is a lot. This is only
a drop in the bucket.
Remember, there's about 80 slides in this thing.
I know, and if you would be so gracious, I would love to get that.
Yeah, it's a large course. It's a course. It was meant to be a course. Beautiful. The problem that is always presented is the places that wanted to do it in parts, they never had faith that the people would actually come back and hear, stay for the entire set, because this is meant to be almost 6. It's almost 6. What? I forgot how many weeks it is.
Well, you know what? You know how I love to do and organize. So we might have to put together, everybody's asking, I want the course, I want the course. So we're going to talk and we may have to put it
All right,
together.
cool. Yeah, I'm down. Look, I wouldn't have, the book went to the next edition. I hate to push my own stuff, but because well, people that know me, I never stop collecting material, so that even this pandemic has pushed a conversation for me with, I'll give you one quick thought. My wife, who is my muse in many ways, she came to me, we were talking, and she said, but why is everybody blaming this on Babalu? Her point was that Oya was more centrist to this. And so we talked about it, and then I thought about it. There's a road of Babalu that on the phone side, we call Ananu. Excuse me, Ananu. And for some reason, going back, I never realized that I never translated Ananu. The translation, again, is very funny. For me, I have a funny sense of humor. It means belonging to step aside. So Ana means to step aside. Nu means belonging to. So in Fombe, Nu is that says, oh, this belongs to, so Vodun si, or Vodun Nu. It belongs to the Vodun. So things like that. But in this case, step aside is an interesting name for Babalu, because it means, it's like that song, Big John. He said, when you see him coming, you better step aside. A lot of men didn't, and a lot of men died. There is that.
Yes, so.
Right. Well, those are the connections that are in our culture that people don't even understand. It says, well, I thought that was talking about somebody who was a bad guy. Yeah. When you see that Babalu coming, when you see that group of palm fiber and mariwo and whatever coming down the street, you don't go up and hug it and say, hey, how you doing, man? Let me get your hand. No, you get as far away from that as you, so that there's this idea of staying 6 feet away from somebody is something that African cultures have dealt with in other times.
Right.
And
the idea of not touching and hugging, because people don't understand a lot of times when they go to the continent, the touchy-feely, huggy, kissy thing. No, you bowed, you know, there were other ways that we expressed greeting that showed the respect for the elder, and also we understood much more than, you know, of course, people think often that in terms of understanding how these things are transmitted and how things happen. And so understanding cleanliness and hygiene, we was at the river bathing when other folks didn't even know nothing about bathing, right?
Yeah.
So we understood these things. So thank you. We are going to make this course happen, Baba. We do it.
Okay.
I'm calling on you again.
You know,
we're doing it.
Do it while I can still remember what I'm saying.
Now that you've had your wonderful training session on Zoom, you're an expert. It's fabulous. And I'm going to call Io also to get her to help. Let's give Baba some more Ashe fingers.
Ashe to you, darling.
Yes.
Thank you. And everybody who was part of this, because this is great. I'm telling you, my wife says, now you're in the 21st century. I'm serious. Oh my God. This is quite interesting. This is quite interesting. All right. So now.
Thank you.
Who's next? I'm just curious because I want to hear how this moves.
Oh, yes. Well, you should have the e-journal in your email. Like everybody, you all got a copy of the e-journal, which has the schedule.
All right.
We have a panel on queer sexuality and queer sexuality of the spirits. We are then gonna have gender controversies. So we're actually, some of our speakers are gonna touch on some of the points that Baba John did in terms of the fact that a lot of these energies we think of as masculine were feminine. And so talking about that and how women have been excluded from Orisha practice. And then we are going to conclude with our practitioners panel. So we are so grateful and we are doing well. We are almost back on track. We only a few minutes behind, you know, that's the syncopation, you know, Black folk, we can't be right up on the beat. We got to let the beat drop for a second and then we I seen Oakland representing in the comments too if I was talking about it. Come on now, you know how we get down, yes. So we are gonna take a pause for the cause. Go on and get up. Let's everybody get up together. Do a little stretch, a little letting ourselves stretch our bodies. Oh, yes, yes, yes. A little back stretch. Oh, that's good. Ooh, yes. Yes, everybody, we love it. Ooh, you know how I always do. Those who join me on Sunday mornings for Orisha prayer and meditation, we say Ori Tutu, Ori Woo. Let the Ori open to just accept all of this beautiful wisdom that is coming through from all of the speakers. Baba just threw it down. If you were here this morning, you know panel 1 threw it down. It just So we're going to take 10 minutes. It is now 3:11 EST. We're going to take 9 minutes since we just talked about Oya Yansa. Yes.
All right. Am I mute now?
I'm about to mute you in a second. We are happy to hear your your voice. We can listen to your voice all day though, Bobby. You know it was hard for me to tear you away. Yansa. So 3:20, you will hear me begin to call you back. So come back actually at 3:19 Eastern. Over here on the left coast, it's only noon. So we've been with y'all since 6 a.m. All my West Coasters, though, you know what happened when you got up this morning and you came and joined us at 6 a.m.? You got blessings. Because Ifa says that Kajini kutu kutu, tamomu ohuni pinkopi, difa fun olomo ajibade, Adelola, emi mimo jini kutu kutu timo mo ohini pinkopi, emi mimo baaje ati okiki ire, loni ati lola. That means it is the ones who get up in the morning early. Kutu kutu. That is early in the morning before the sun has risen. It is those people who get up at that time and give prayers to their Ori and give thanks to the God and to the sunrise before the sunrise has even come. It is those people whose Oris will be blessed. It is those people who will meet with wealth, who will meet with Okiki Ire popularity, with the world loving them and bending to their wishes. We give thanks for our Ori and we give thanks for the opportunity to get up early in the morning. Ashe, ashe, ashe. We want to revisit the marketplace, especially for those who might have just joined us. You know that we support each other in this marketplace of life. We support each other in this conference marketplace. We have our virtual vendors. If you have not downloaded your copy of the conference e-journal, please grab that. It's in your email, the email that you would have gotten with your conference registration link. And it has also been linked a few times in the comments. You can also get it by going to tiny.cc/ADRSA 2020 journal. Somebody type that down there, copy and paste. TINY.cc/ADRSA 2020 journal, all lowercase. Easy for you. All right, so let us hear now from Divina Estrella, the incense girl. I called on her earlier. If you have ordered the Honor Your Ancestors kit from AsheYirate.com, you have tried her wonderful handmade incense, and we are so happy to have her with us today. Divina.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I was not a featured vendor this time, so I really appreciate you letting me have a chance to share. My name is Divina Estrella. My business is called Incense Girl and Bears and Bees Apothecary. I am a doula and a certified herbalist through Indigenous Remedies. I want to give a shout out because I see my sister on here, and my teacher on here. So yeah, my products are all handmade. They're all ethically sourced, and they're made in moon time. I make salves for pain and inflammation. I make cone incense made of fresh herbs for specific, to boost specific energies. I make baths. Here's one of my baths right here with my logo on it.
Just got mine.
Incense Girl. I make the short incense here. They're all my own special blends. You won't find any of my combinations anywhere else. There are no chemicals. They're all natural. And I make these long sticks as well. This is kind of my signature. I've been doing this for over 20 years. And that has spiraled me into herbalism. So I also do personal consultations for people. You can find me on Instagram as well as Facebook. And I do custom orders, personal consultations, and then I do small batches. So please look out for me. And when I have new things, I'm posting all the time and letting you know what I have available. And I will post a link in the comments to my Instagram or my name so you can find me.
Wonderful. Thank you. And like I said, if you have the Honor Your Ancestors kit, you already know how dope Sister Divina's products are. I've got some bath. I haven't tried this one yet, but I know it's fantastic. I try to only use her incense. I love that it's all natural, that there's no chemicals. I know who made it. Again, I know where the plants came from. She grows a lot of the plants herself. This is, this is serious medicinal business. Again, we have to get back to the earth. We have to get back to doing these things for ourselves. We cannot rely on corporations. We cannot rely on Amazon. We cannot rely on all of these other folks to give us our medicine.
Yes, can I add one more thing, sister?
Yes, please.
I also want to add that right now I am having my 7th child, and I am raising funds in order to support my birth team. So please look out for me and support if you can.
I shall. Please drop that link. We just talked about birthing children, bringing children, 7 children. That is absolutely beautiful. Ashe, sister, we give thanks. We want to shout out another brother who is offering medicines to the community, Brother Boaz, who is the god brother of our Dr. Daniels. They're all, this is all family. We have all the lineages. If you go back 1 degree, you see how we all connected. So Brother Boaz, please tell us about your cocoa butter that you are offering. That's one of Obatala's sacred offerings. So I'm very interested. Are you?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Hello. My friend, I didn't realize it's you. Yes, now.
Well, I'm so honored to be on. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm really, really enjoying this conference. I mean, I was thinking I wasn't going to have the chance to actually come in New Orleans, and something happened, and I was able to be a part. And now, not only did I hear so many beautiful, amazing speakers, and I'm even given the opportunity to speak. So thank you. Ashe Aibobo. So quickly, I guess, I wanted to share some information. I know a lot of people use cocoa butter, and I have 100% organic, all natural cocoa butter from Haiti that I sell on my Etsy shop. The shop is called Tahome. I'll write it down. And I sell cocoa. I work with a group of farmers and the village of Abricot, which is where I'm from. It was the paradise of the Taínos. It's a great place. We grow our cocoa there, work with a bunch of farmers, and I transform that cocoa into cocoa powder and cocoa butter. So on my Etsy store.
Is it food grade, Babas? Is it food grade?
So the cocoa powder is food grade for sure. The cocoa butter, I don't advertise it as food grade, just because my operation happens in Abrico and the quality control, I feel like I don't follow it enough to call it food grade on the
No, we
market.
understand. So the powder is, but the butter
is for sure.
Yeah, well, 100% organic. We know it's fresh and
Yeah,
straight out the pods.
Yeah.
So.
To be honest, I consume the butter myself. I mean, I make chocolate out of it. I eat it myself. But God knows what my immune system has. I mean, I'm used to the palate of abricot and all of that. But anyway, but the cocoa powder is definitely food grade. But the cocoa butter, I advertise it for skin use, for the head, you know, for healing, for massage, for so many things. I mean, I could share more about it afterwards. But just quickly, I wanted to share the website.
Yeah.
Again, thank you for allowing me to share some of my work with you all.
You are very welcome, and thank you. And of course, I have to shout you out and talk about the fact that we're talking about cocoa butter today, but phenomenal dancer and culturalist, and I mean, just all the other wonderful things. I see people shouting you out in the comments. You have a lot of family in the house. So we're so happy to have you here, and we are absolutely happy to support our brothers and sisters in IET and to get beautiful, wonderful products that, you know, in honor of our divinities. So Obatala children, we need that cocoa butter for our shrines. Let's give Baba the best cocoa butter we can get. Thank you so much. So vendors, you're welcome to continue posting your links in the comments. I will call on you again during the next break. Remember, everybody, that the links to all of our vendors, including some discount codes, are in your e-journal. The link to that is in the comments. You also would have received it in your email. So we are going to keep it moving. It is 3:21. We are just about when I said I love it when a plan comes together. I'm a Virgo and an Obatala, so you know I like to keep it in parameters, and I'm so happy that we are doing that. We are now going to have panel 2, which is Queer Religion and Sexuality of the Spirits. This is going to be chaired by another dear friend of mine, soon to be doctor in just about a week or so. We're so excited. Khytie K. Brown, who is at Harvard University. Khytie Brown is a PhD candidate in the Department of African and African American Studies with a primary field in religion. She received her BA from Emory University in Sociology and Religion and her MTS from Harvard Divinity School with an area concentration in religion and the social sciences. Her research interests include religious expression and cultural production in the Caribbean and Latin America, sensory epistemologies, gender and sexuality, religion and media, commodity culture, racialization, and the interplay between private religious discourses and public space. Khytie is a doctoral fellow in the Science, Religion, and Culture program at Harvard, a Global Religion Research Initiative Award recipient, and a research consultant through the Center on Transnational Policing at Princeton University. And I will mention that she is also soon to be a postdoctoral fellow there at Princeton. So we are so happy for her, as well as an assistant professor of Africana Studies at UT Austin. So she just got positions on positions just waiting for her to get this PhD. Welcome, soon to be Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Funai. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And I just wanted to say that the conference has been so life-giving thus far. And I wanted to just take a minute to just really honor you for your vision and just for your, you know, just all that you do. Like, you know, it's really beautiful. I enjoy this conference every year. And I also wanted to just give gratitude to the hundreds of people that joined us during this time. It's beautiful, it's life-giving, I love it. And then we're just gonna jump right into the panel. I'm not gonna say much between the presentations just to give a little bit more room for conversation. So I'm just gonna jump right in with our first panelist. And his presentation is The Queerness of Batuque, and it's Horacio Robles. Originally from Costa Rica, Horacio Robles is a sixth-year PhD student in the religion department at Columbia University. He's writing his dissertation on the coming out from the basement of African-derived religions in New York, and the process by which practitioners, himself included, seek to reclaim public space, make themselves visible, secure their often challenged rights, and leave their mark on the wider public sphere. Horacio is a practitioner and initiate of Batuque, the Òrìṣà tradition of the south of Brazil that is also widespread in Uruguay and Argentina. He's the only Batuque practitioner in the US he knows of so far. When Horacio arrived in New York several years ago, he also began practicing Haitian Vodou and became an Ungan Supoin, a junior Vodou priest. And so we're welcoming Horacio.
Hello, you lovely people. Casa, bonsoir, hola mis amores. So I am so excited to be here. Before I begin, I'd like to say that since I'm in such a special space, I want to clarify that even though I look the way that I do, I'm triracial. I have African origins, indigenous, Spanish, and Jewish. So the whole bunch. So I have family of all colors, but because of how I look, I've had white looking privilege. So I just want for you to understand the positioning where I'm coming from. So now I am going to go to my presentation. There we go. Can you all see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just how I started in Batuque was directly linked to, in a way, my queerness. I went to Argentina for the first time because of a very complex family situation. And there, fate brought me out of the blue to a Batuque temple. Something happened to me there, so the next day I went to get a reading. And basically, you know, a lot of things were told to me, but I'm like, well, yeah, but I'm gay. As in, wait, I can't go forward with any of that. And then they were like, no, that's no problem here. And in fact, some of you might disagree with it, but they told me in the reading, because you're a child of Oshala with Oshum, of Obatala with Oshum, that's in your spiritual framework, and that's what kind of led you to it. So to start with, I first want to show for a few seconds, a drumming of Batuque, so you can get a feel for it. So I hope you were all able to hear it. And then I just wanted to mention the placement of the source of Batuque. In Brazil, you had 4 different places where Yoruba and Dahomian derived religious traditions began. One is way up there in São Luís de Maranhão. The other one was in Recife in the Pernambuco state, then in Bahia, and way to the bottom you find Rio Grande do Sul, Porto Alegre, which is where Batuque began. And you can see it's way, very far at the other tip of the continent. And so it was quite isolated from the north of Brazil, where the other Òrìṣà and Vodou traditions were growing.
Excuse me, one sec, Horacio. Can you please press the play button at the top so it'll get a little bigger for the audience? The little play button towards the top of the screen.
1 second. Because I already had it there. I don't know.
Oh, okay, there you go. Okay.
Okay. So, Batuque, some say it started in the early 19th century. Then some claim that it was from 1833 to 1859, and the newspapers already have reports in the 1870s of unfortunately raids on what would be understood as Batuque houses. And Laura Metori and other people have claimed that, let's say with regards to the north of Brazil and with Cuba, there was a back and forth with West Africa. So freed Africans were going back and forth, and so in that way, the religions of Candomblé, of Lukumi, were kind of adapting each time to what was happening in West Africa, were able to preserve Yoruba better, etc., which was not the case in Batuque, because it was completely isolated, as you saw. So in a way, Batuque lost a lot, but it preserved a lot too. So it's got its own flavor, very different from the other traditions. I say that it's a bit of Candomblé, a bit of Lukumi, but totally its own. And in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, where it originated, I mean, it's very much part of the culture. It has, in terms of percentage of practitioners, it has even more than Bahia. Bahia has 0.33% practitioners of the population of the state. In Rio Grande do Sul, is 0.9%. So there you can see in the main market of Rio Grande do Sul, they have actually consecrated an issue, a bara, how they call it, under the market. You can see the huge statue of Yemanjá in the beaches. But from there, it spread out in the 50s and 60s to Uruguay and Argentina in a crazy way. In Uruguay, 2% of the population identifies as exclusively Afro-religious, 6 to 7% identify as casual practitioners, going for divination, going for a ceremony, and 12% go to the Yemanjá festival. In Argentina, it's also huge. You can see the Yemanjá festival in Mar del Plata in Argentina. And basically in Rio Grande do Sul, as well as the other countries, what you have, what kind of the essence of the culture is the gaucho culture, kind of an idealist equivalent of cowboy culture, living in the pampas, etc. And the enslaved in Rio Grande do Sul actually, since the beginning, were very connected to cattle herding because they were forced to produce charque, which was beef jerky, which was then sent over to all the different plantations. So that was one of the main sources of nourishment for the enslaved. But then afterwards, when they started becoming free, they were also very much part of the gaucho culture. And that's how many today identify as Afro-Gaucho, and the religion of Rio Grande do Sul, the Batuque, is referred to as Afro-Gaucho religion. And a particularity of the religion in Rio Grande do Sul is that they practice 3 religions, I guess at the same time, but ritually separate. Batuque, then Umbanda, a syncretic religion originating in Rio de Janeiro, and also Kimbanda, also derived from Macumba in Rio de Janeiro. So it's very complex because there's a lot of talk, a lot of discussion, because Batuque in Rio Grande do Sul has a huge percentage of self-identified white practitioners, as is the case in Argentina and Uruguay. Most of these people are actually mestizos or some form of mixed race, but in the countries they live in, they don't have a marked status. So in that way, they're considered white. And in Rio Grande do Sul, there were a lot of adaptations within Batuque, because after enslavement, and sometime also during enslavement, you had a huge migration of Portuguese, German, and Italian immigrants who completely changed Rio Grande do Sul, and it became the most European state. In fact, they still have dialects of Italian and German spoken there. So for example, Oshun, her offering is polenta, and Ogun, churrasco. So let's move on. Basically, always, I mean, since you have the scholarship on Afro-Atlantic religions, there has been a stress on the queer, homosexual, lesbian aspects of the religion. Already in 1940, Ruth Landis was writing a very problematic article on the preponderance of homosexuals as priests. And in 1940s, Lida Cabrera, who was herself lesbian, was writing similar things about Lukumi. We just have to keep in mind, as Roberto Strongman says, that kind of the categories gay, lesbian, etc., are mostly imported from the US and elsewhere, where in Latin America, traditionally, they had their own categories for gender and sexuality. Although today, we pretty much in Latin America, we have the same categories as the US, which frankly, because of the history of LGBT protests and the improvements in the US and Europe to a status, sorry?
So the clear cups for whoever's gonna be there are like by the, you know, like the little cubby, like by the printer.
Myrisha, can you please mute your
and I also
mic,
got erasers.
please? It's unfortunately, thank you. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. All right, so there you can find more information. Then one, I wanna touch briefly on the Òrìṣàs of Batuque. We have a Deano team who are always within Batuque together. They have consecrated stones or tas where they are kind of placed, their spiritual essence is placed, always together in the same pot. They are fed together, one pig, the two of them, and we also use a special consecrated statue where they are together. So in Batuque, there's a very peculiar myth about how they came to be together, a sacred myth, an itan. Basically, Ode, our equivalent of Oshosi, would go always into the forest, and he fell passionately in love with Osain, the Òrìṣà of herbs. And he wanted to stay there. Yemanjá, his mother, was just growing desperate. She sent Ogun to pick him up. He still didn't want to come. So she went to Oshala, Obatala, begging him to do something, to maybe create a woman, another Òrìṣà who would get him out of there. Oshala said, no, everybody can do what they want. Why are you interfering? So Yemanjá, desperate, out of her own breast, created the Òrìṣà Otin. Beautiful, incredible Òrìṣà, a huntress. And as soon as she went into the forest, Ode became smitten. He followed her, forgot about Osain, and then since then they lived together and hunted together. By the way, Otin in Nigeria, she is a huntress also, the wife of Erinle, another hunter. But basically, Osain was left alone, sad, and basically it's an important, it's full of symbolism, how ultimately the heterosexual couple is the ideal, yet there is a tolerance and exists even like Osain, a sacred Òrìṣà. He stays attracted to Ode, and that is holy and that is sacred. Then there is the myth of Oshala, Obatala with Nana Buruku. Nana Buruku was the ruler of the garden of Egun, of the ancestors, and she was a chieftain of a village. Obatala, Oshala wanted to make her love him, either with a potion or something else, depending on the myth. And then once they were married, he decided to wear women's clothes in order to enter the garden of Egun, pretending to be Nana, and try to control the Egun that way. Well, there are two versions. The Candomblé version says that when she found out, she was very upset, but because she loved him so much, she gave him control of the Egun. So since then, in Candomblé, only males can serve the Egun. Whereas in the Batuque version, it's cleared up. Nana curses Oshala that he should always wear women's clothes and he could only eat female animals. He sacrificed female animals. And in Batuque and other traditions, the animals that an Òrìṣà eats are very much identified as a symbol of that Òrìṣà. Shango has the very strong ram. Eshu Bara has a billy goat with big testicles, very strong. Whereas Oshala then has this kind of androgynous energy, and scholars like Peter Connor has said similar things about him and Lukumi. Then we have Oya, the wonderful, strong Òrìṣà of the winds and the tempest, who you spoke about earlier. We have a particular dance in Batuque where she fights with Ogun. That's when in Batuque a medium, a horse of Oya is possessed as is one of Ogun, and they fight endlessly. kind of replaying the time when Oya left Ogun for Shango. And what's important about this dance is that it shows that Oya and Ogun, they fought forever and no one could win over the next one until finally Oya uses her cunning to get Ogun drunk. And okay, then in Batuque we have special Òrìṣàs, Baralode, Ogun that are they're too strong energies to be in the temple, they're outside. And the myth basically says that Bara and Ogun were sent by Oshala to kind of work in this world, but they fell in love with the carnal pleasures. So it was Oya who had to bring them back and chain them. So outside of the temples, you have those three Òrìṣàs, and it's Oya that has the power to keep them under control. And also, funnily enough, it is through that particular bara that you can produce that officially, an official spell within Batuque is produced to keep same-sex couples together. Basically, it utilizes all the symbols of bara, including who is supposedly the most masculine and macho of the Òrìṣàs. His symbol is a penis. And well, I'm sorry, I have to just go quickly. Aisha Beliso de Jesus, she has suggested, she has an article about the pato, the duck, who is Yemanjá's animal, but also represents a very effeminate, person within Cuban culture. So she divides between the different types of gays that are accepted within Lukumi. You have the respectful gay that is not too camp. You have the natural one and the descarado, the one that goes way over the top. And in Batuque, what we have is a lot of over the top now, because some of the greatest priests that brought the religion, let's say, to Argentina, were gay and had this particular sensitivity to campness. Three of the main priests that brought Batuque to Argentina, supposedly, according to the story, were drag queens of a cabaret, and they brought all sorts of like beautiful textures, over the topness to Argentina. As you can see here, white gloves, like the vedettes. That's what Argentinians say, and particularly the heterosexuals in protests say that they are too over the top. But that's under these conditions that Batuque began in Argentina, very intrinsically connected to the queer, to the camp, to the over the top. Within Batuque, you have three terms that are now used to refer to people that are kind of the pato, the overly gay. Marmoteiro, which is a quack, fiasquento from fiasco, somebody that is a drama queen, and then Batuque Nutella, Batuquero Nutella. Just think of what that means. And so you have, like, for example, this priest, and I'll try to be 2 more minutes. This priest from a group called Batuque RS, which is a traditionalist group, who makes fun of the fact that in most drummings, you have men that dress with a transparent shirt, with a fur coat, a hat that looks like a spaceship, tights, and a skirt, a sarong. And well, we'll see, Batuque traditionally, the traditional Batuque clothes were very masculine, coming from the gauchos. And for the women, the very feminine dresses of the gaucho wives. And basically in Batuque, there has been this kind of queering of the dress, in which we find, combinations of Candomblé clothing and different clothing. But some of the people protest against the fact that they're now utilizing the paño de costa, that long shawl over the shoulder that in Candomblé belongs to the priestesses with a charge. A traditional priest would protest that the priests of female deities would wear dresses when they kind of were mounted by them, but that has now become the norm. So you can see different dresses. So people like this group, Batuqueres RS, have come up with all sorts of protests, which I hope if you're recording, you can read. So they protest the queers that wear that wear like sarongs in their hips to cover an imaginary uterus. Basically, all these types of things that show that the practitioners are delicate, that they're fragile, that they don't represent the masculinity that they would like for to come back in Batuque. And the Batuque basically also has female drummers. It's permitted, but there have been all sorts of protests again saying that the women, that it's too masculine an energy to do drumming for women to partake. And I finish with a short drumming from a drummer from an Alagbe. So quite a few people would be furious at it, and there's the stigma that female drummers are lesbian. And that's about it. Sorry that I was running.
Thank you so much, Horacio, for your presentation. That was fascinating, and there's a lot of overlap between my own work in Jamaica, and I'm really excited to talk to you a little bit more about it after. So quickly, the next presenter that we have on this panel is Dr. Liseli A. Fitzpatrick, and she's going to be presenting on Sexuality Through the Eyes of the Òrìṣà, a Sacred Dance of Equipoise. In May 2018, Liseli A. Fitzpatrick made history as the first PhD in the Department of African American and African Studies, AAAS, at The Ohio State University. Dr. Fitzpatrick is a Trinidadian scholar and professor in the field of African diaspora cosmologies and sacred ontologies in the Department of Africana Studies at Wellesley College, Massachusetts. She earned her BA in psychology with a double minor degree in AAAS and visual communications, and subsequently received her MA in AAAS at OSU. Her research foregrounds themes of Afro-cosmological thought and expressions, identity, the voluntary and involuntary movements of persons of African descent, and the pervasive effects of slavery and colonialism in the creation of the West. Her current project, Sexuality Through the Eyes of the Òrìṣà, an exploration into Ifa, Òrìṣà, and sacred sexualities, offers an expansive and universal pedagogical praxis for understanding human sexualities through Yoruba cosmology and metaphysics. It is part of an ongoing quest to dismantle hegemonic and dichotomous constructs and bring balance to the discourse on sexuality and gender. Through teaching, Fitzpatrick seeks to engender emancipatory change by presenting a non-hegemonic worldview through an African cosmological lens. She values her space in the classroom and emphasizes the pedagogical importance of teaching to enlighten and empower. Her other research interests include Afro-diasporic experiences and expressions, Caribbean culture, transatlantic slavery, and ancient African kingdoms. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Khytie, for such a spirited introduction. I am so very delighted to be here. Thank you, Horacio, for your very insightful presentation. I enjoyed it thoroughly. The paper that I'll be presenting today is actually what I consider to be my life's work. It has been inspired by my personal journey, and it has been lifted from my doctoral dissertation and part of a larger project. So I will read today to ensure that I stay within the time frame, okay? Sexuality Through the Eyes of the Òrìṣà engages the Yoruba cosmological system of Ifa to offer an expansive lens and an emancipatory praxis for understanding human sexuality and gender. Through a critical navigation of the Ifa Òrìṣà worldview, I posit that sexuality is a transformative sacred ontology which challenges the static and socially constructed categories imposed by Western hegemonic thought. The Western construct is inherently, as I say, exclusionary, discriminatory, and pathological, and fails to provide a universal framework for conceptualizing sexuality and gender. Within recent times, we have seen an alarming increase of sexual violence as a fallout of colonialism that includes homophobia, racist sexism, misogyny, misogynoir, as gender non-conforming individuals continue to challenge the status quo and push against the margins of Western notions of normative sexuality. These notions of sexuality have been significantly shaped by a violent history of slavery and colonialism predicated on sexual exploitation and white supremacy. Sexuality has been central in the enslavement and colonization of African and indigenous peoples alike, premised on physical schemas that privilege white men and marginalize others. European colonizers used phenotypical markers to stratify society and classify persons into categories of race, sex, gender, and class. The philosophical foundations of sexuality and gender in Western societies have been undergirded by the rigid pairing of biology and phenotype cataloged in two asymmetrical categories: male man, female woman, built on white heteropatriarchy. My research and ideological underpinnings of sacred sexualities, with particular emphasis on the interplay, particular emphasis on the metaphysical concept of God, Olódùmarè, as energy, and the manifestation of the Òrìṣà deities, which topple the narrowed and static binary sex-gender categories. Christian theology, which is interwoven within the fabric of European imperialism, has heavily dominated Western notions of sexuality. Christianity had been used as a tool for controlling and policing bodies during the cruel enslavement of African bodies, and predominantly influenced Western thinking on sexuality and respectability, which is still true today. In order to attain any iota of respectability and social acceptance, enslaved and colonized Africans were forced to adopt and adapt to the religions of their colonial masters. It is in this regard I engage a sacred cosmological system of Ifa to offer a more expansive, equitable, and universal praxis for understanding human sexualities as the formerly colonized world wrestles with the shackles of its colonial past, particularly as it relates to sexuality and gender. As such, the fundamental teachings of Ifa and the Òrìṣà are comprehensively explored to provide the premise into my study, the transcendental nature of human sexuality, the dual concept of fixity and fluidity in sacred sexualities that juxtaposes Western notions of secularity. Secularity is a Western Christian concept which infers that bodies and institutions are presumably separate or delinked from the spiritual, insofar as the body or flesh is perceived as carnal, mortal, and worldly, and the spirit is seen as abstract, immortal, and external. Ifa, however, is premised on the metaphysical principle of balance, where the spiritual and physical are inextricably linked in a rhythmic dance of equipoise. Therefore, unlike Western framing, sexuality and gender are not hierarchical or asymmetrical social categories. In Ifa, notions of masculinity and femininity are based on the confluent principle of synergy. The Ifa ontological paradigm is one of wholeness, centered on the principle of balance derived from Olódùmarè, an androgynous supreme being who is without a fixed gender, yet possesses all conceivable gender expressions. In this vein, it should be pointed out that Olódùmarè is not without sex. He is rather a harmonious and homogeneous confluence of male-female energies. Olódùmarè is accepted as either male or female, or both, simultaneously. Human beings and all of creation are born of Olódùmarè. Olódùmarè embodies the divine energy of life or life force, Ashe, that ushers all things into being, animate and inanimate, seen and unseen. In this connection, the views of Ifa on sexuality are inherently and ontologically sacred, generative, and expansive as reflected in its basic principles in the sacred orature or sacred text, Odu Ifa, and the fluidity of its supreme creator, Olodumare, and the Òrìṣà. In this regard, Ifa provides a transformative understanding of human sexuality that aligns with other cosmological systems and sexualities that are labeled nonconformist in Western societies, such as the Native American spiritual systems, Two-Spirit people, and non-binary individuals. Thirdly, Ifa offers a broader ontological landscape that is congruous with other non-Western cosmologies. Within Ifa, sexuality and gender are constantly shifting and transforming within the cosmic womb in the likeness of Olodumare and the Odu Ifa. Quite significantly, Ifa's teachings are based on the premise that all of creation is born of an androgynous creator, Olodumare, and that all things on earth and throughout the entire cosmos are imbued with the life force and consciousness, as I stated before, of Ashe. Ashe, the generative and creative force of Olodumare, is also intimately linked to the feminine principle, as Baba John Mason stated before, Odu. Sexuality is embodied within the sacred and at the same time embodies the sacred, which aligns with Teresa's Washington's assertion. The womb is a cosmos and the cosmos is a womb. The Odu Ifa teams with accounts on sexuality and gender, and when they do appear, they espouse fluidity that questions the Western heterosexual dyad of male-female. In fact, there are not many prohibitions placed on sex except when it involves imbalance or the propagation of diseases. Who are the Òrìṣà? As energy-derived forces of Olodumare, Òrìṣà are male, female, and androgynous. For the most part, they can be seen as gender fluid. For example, the masculine Òrìṣà Shango, the divinity of thunder and lightning, and the maternal Òrìṣà Yemanjá, the divinity of the ocean, demonstrate most clearly the transformative and shifting nature of sexuality, as they both characteristically possess transformative powers. They are known to easily shift between sex and gender, especially when they assume form or manifest through their human host that will be mentioned later on. There are times when Yemanjá is presented as the nurturing mother, while at other times, Yemanjá displays masculine tendencies that is linked to the male Òrìṣà Olokun, owner of the ocean floor and all water expanses. Like the ocean tides, Yemanjá is presented as the nurturing mother or the ferocious warrior. Similarly, although Shango is portrayed as a masculine Òrìṣà, Shango is also depicted wearing a big skirt, with his male devotees, which his male devotees also wear. Another prominent male presenting Òrìṣà that epitomizes fluidity and transformative sexuality is Obatala, chief of the white cloth, father of all Òrìṣà and shaper of humankind. Obatala is notably an androgynous Òrìṣà who has both male and female parts. Obatala is considered the oldest of the Òrìṣà and evolved among them. Obatala is wise and possesses a gentle and kind temperament. Today, Obatala still fashions life in the womb. Sexuality and gender through the sacred lens of the Òrìṣà destabilizes Western constructs and pushes against the binary boundaries of fixed and heterosexual male-female model. Androgyny and balance in Ifa. The concept of androgyny in Ifa is built upon an ontology of balance between the fluid masculine and feminine interplay of energies. Androgyny is in fact regarded as an ideal state of consciousness exemplified through the Òrìṣà Obatala. The following quote by Washington addresses the androgyny of Obatala. Quote, Obatala is not only at home in the womb, he, like all other manifestations of Ashe Odu, has a womb. Rather than curse the womb and seek means to avoid it, the uterus is Obatala's art studio, where she molds and shapes all human forms in their infinite diversity. And you realize I used the both pronouns. She uses the both pronouns he and she to describe that the Òrìṣà Obatala. In Ifa, to be androgynous and consciously aware is to be at one with the Supreme. more succinctly, to be in divine communion with Olodumare. Like Obatala, a person who is truly androgynous is said to be balanced, even-tempered, and possess fair and impartial judgment. However, Western thought has been very unkind and disparaging to persons who possess androgynous sexualities, such as those who are intersex. The West has a long history of maligning and pathologizing non-binary sexualities by placing them into the marginalized social category of other or queer, and in doing so, stifle the divine and creative potential of individuals who embody androgynous and other non-heterosexual identities. At other times, these bodies are brought to the center of Western consumerism and are made spectacle for Western consumptive gaze, which can be traced to an unethical history that dates back to the 19th century Europe and the emergent freak shows. In the West, non-conforming bodies have been considered the freaks of nature. Alternatively, high honor is bestowed upon the androgynous Òrìṣà. Right, and androgynous Òrìṣà and humans. For example, Obatala and Oduduwa defy both the masculine gender forced on them and Western definitions of gender in general. Obatala's confidence in both her masculinity and femininity underscores the fragility of Western masculinity. Though seemingly paradoxical, masculine fragility is a Western concept that enforces hyper-masculinity, where men exhibit behaviors such as misogyny and homophobia. For example, a masculine male will not be seen dead or alive wearing a pink shirt because society has taught him that pink is for girls. Staying on the topic of androgyny, it is critical for me to iterate that in my paradigm, sexual orientation is not synonymous with sexual behavior or gender expression. The latter are both fluid concepts. While they may be related to each other, they are not the same as suggested based on Western phenotypical constructs. For example, based on my experiences living in the West, it is automatically assumed that an androgynous phenotypical female might be same-sex, desiring, or bisexual. Neither can be true. An androgynous male or female may choose not to engage in sexual activity with either a man or a woman. Conversely, an androgynous male may choose to be in a healthy relationship with an ultra-feminine female. In similar vein, a man who presents himself as ultra-masculine or hetero-masculine can engage in same-sex relations without it necessarily being a facade or covert, which substantiate the notion that sexuality is transcendental and not primarily phenotypical. Where one may attempt to deduce, one cannot determine another person's sexual orientation, sexual attraction, or behavior by simply looking at them. Another male presenting Òrìṣà who also has feminine parts is Eshu. Eshu is both male and female, representing the crossroads of life. While Eshu's masculine form is blatantly manifest, his femininity is of such equanimity to his masculinity, it results in a parody of sexualities to such an extent that nullifies one or the other, thus becoming, quote unquote, genderless or sexless. Human beings embody and reflect the condition in the spiritual realm with an understanding that sexuality is generative and creative energy. Washington highlights the notion that Western constructs of other gendering has no place in the tradition of Ifa. Washington's statement that the importance of being whole is everywhere evident in Yoruba life shines light on the harmonious fluidity of male and female energies through the eyes of the Òrìṣà. Indeed, Òrìṣà such as Obatala and by extension humans who embody both male and female sexes are imbued with the gift of judgment, discernment, and impartiality. According to Baba John Neeson, Obatala represents the age, the long memory, and taking it easy and moving with measured steps. He is represented as both male and female because reason and good judgment come from both sexes. There is even a theory that an ancient root of Obatala could have been a hermaphrodite. This is also true with the two-spirit people among the Native American. Two-spirit are not considered outcasts or queer, neither is a two-spirit person interchangeable with a homosexual being. They have held revered positions within their communities. Two-spirit persons hold immense spiritual responsibilities within the community due to their impartiality and relationship with the Supreme Being, a similarity that exists with Òrìṣà Obatala. Androgyny is not synonymous with same-sex desiring, again, or homosexuality or bisexuality. Androgynous beings or two-spirit persons are considered with the embodiment of two sexes within one person and ought not to be reduced to same-sex desiring or the lack of adherence to conventional Western gender norms. Within Western society, someone who is considered gay refers to a person that is particularly sexually attracted to someone of the same sex. There are two common and opposing misconceptions about androgynous or two-spirit person. The first is that androgynous individuals are inherently asexual beings, and two, androgynous individuals are attracted to individuals who match their phenotypical appearance. Although there might be some androgynous persons who choose to be celibate, androgyny does not equate celibacy. Further, an androgynous person within the two-spirit communities can be sexually attracted to persons of any sex and gender without being stigmatized as homosexual or queer. Sexual orientation and attraction are not the same. For instance, someone who possesses same-sex desires is not necessarily androgynous or two-spirited. Although two-spirit individuals are revered as spiritual leaders, unlike Catholic priests or nuns, abstinence from sexual intimacy is not imposed or marked as a sign of moral authority or spiritual leadership. In the ancient non-Western cosmology, such as Ifa, both celibacy and abstinence have their place in maintaining individual and communal balance. However, it is not a hierarchical imposition. Celibacy might be prescribed through divination, similar to abstinence from certain foods or habits, and may last any duration of time. It is not used as a mark of authority. Òrìṣà worship, invocation, and manifestation, or mediumship. Òrìṣà worship and invocation are paramount within the Ifa cosmos. Òrìṣà manifestation collapse Western constructs and expectations of sexuality and gender. Honoring the Òrìṣà for the active part they play in the lives of humans is essential. The Òrìṣà reveal themselves via dreams and manifestation through human mediums, regardless of sex or phenotypical appearance, as messengers. As emissaries and messengers of Olodumare, male, female, and androgynous, Òrìṣà manifest through persons who are gendered man or woman. The ubiquity and fluidity of the Òrìṣà threaten, again, Western heteropatriarchy. For instance, I have observed several male Ogun manifestations in Trinidad and Tobago occurring through mediums who are phenotypically female throughout the shrines and sacred places I have visited. In my work, I share my own experience embodying and manifesting Obatala. Men, though lesser observed, have manifested female Òrìṣà, namely Oshun and Yemanjá, a prevalent phenomenon, especially in Candomblé, Brazil, and Santeria in Cuba, all bearing implications for fluidity of sexuality and transformative gender.
Liseli, I don't want to interrupt you, but you're about 6 minutes over. So I was sending you the message, but I don't think you were getting it. So I just wanted to jump in really quickly. This is fascinating. I wish it could last 30 minutes more, but we have to wrap it up a little bit. And then you can definitely talk a lot more in the Q&A.
So I'll just go straight to the conclusion and I'll expand in the Q&A. Okay, so in conclusion, through the eyes of the Òrìṣà, I affirm that sexuality is not to be confused with the overriding religiosity, but rather sexuality is rooted in a cosmological consciousness and ontology. Ultimately, my study seeks to bring balance to the discourse by dismantling Western hegemonic thought through presenting a universal cosmological paradigm that fosters sexual equity and belongingness in light of color, creed, and class. So thank you, and sorry for going over time.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely fascinating. In the comments, everybody was really, really enjoying it. And I really look forward to talking to you a lot more about it. And just the Q&A is going to be amazing for this panel. So thank you so much, Liseli.
Thank you.
And last but not least, our final presenter in our panel presenting on Vodou and the Black Androgynous Genius Project is Manbo Dr.Charlene Désir. Dr.Charlene Désir is a professor at Nova Southeastern University and a Vodou priestess or Manbo initiated in the Société Nago Lakou in Jacmel, Haiti. She received her doctorate from Harvard University, and her research focuses on the spiritual and psychosocial acculturation of disenfranchised children in the US and Haitian school systems. In addition, she co-founded TEN Global, an empowerment network focused on upliftment and spiritual liberation. She was also the 2012 president of the Academic Association, Haitian Studies Association, and is presently co-vice president of COSAMBA, an academic association focused on the study of Haitian Vodou. Dr. Désir has worked as a healer, spiritual advisor, school psychologist, K-12 school counselor, school administrator, and professor. And we welcome her.
Right. Thank you, and Aibobo to all the presenters before me and our moderator. I feel honored to be on this panel. You know, I'm more of a storyteller, so I'll speak how I speak. Thank you for being here and present with us and raising the energy of our ancestors. When I was 11 years old, a woman came to my mother and said, "Your daughter is a child of Danton." And my mother looked at her strangely and walked away. When I was in my 20s, my father came to me. My parents were divorced. My father came to me and he gave me a silver and blue ring. And he said, "On our side, we come from a house of Danton." And I wouldn't know what these things meant until I was much older. I was on a path to initiation for 18 years. I'm still learning. But what I know is Danton loves to be served, and she encourages a life of service. Now, in as many traditions, Ezili is this goddess of love. She's a Black goddess, divine mother, goddess of all, universal mother. She is the first mother, and all life comes from this source. As a school psychologist and an educator, I always think of the lois as not only embodiments of spirit, but also archetypes, also principles. And then the archetype of Elizili Danton, she's a confident female that exudes power. She controls the spaces she's in. She defends women. She protects children. She'll cut you in defending her children. She accepts and honors all of her children. There are many who believe that, you know, Danton is the patron loi of the LGBTQ plus community. But in essence, it's the fact that she honors all her children, regardless of their manifestation. And she sees all her children as sacred. And as I think about the LGBTQ plus community, I think about the spirituality, and I've been studying this for a while and finding books and texts from various traditions. And I believe it is an intelligence. We are all an intelligence, all of us on this planet. We are our own school. And sometimes we become our own teachers as we look for people in our community to help us understand ourselves. But we are all an intelligence, and I see queerness as an intelligence. Seeing queerness as a unique manifestation of the polarity and the integration of gender of God, goddess. Holding masculinity and femininity at a balance, a unique lens of androgynous energy. Nous toutes ces anges embarrassez moi. Nous toutes ces anges embarrassez moi. Aïda wedo, dambala wedo, nous toutes ces anges. When the Haitians, the kidnapped Africans, were fighting for their liberation. There was this mantra Vodou song that they sang when the colonizer came and told them, "Who do you think you are?" And their answer was, "We are all angels. We are all sacred. Look around us. We are all angels. We are all sacred. We come from the highest form of intelligence, Dambalawedo. We are all sacred." And as we look at all that we are, and as we grace ourselves, remember we are all sacred, and Dantor sees all her children as sacred. And when I look at Vodou and the queerness, Vodou becomes a space and ceremony, a safe space. It becomes an affirming space. It becomes an empowering space. It's an expression of spirituality, sacredness, and the humanity of the queer community. Androgyny itself plays a sacred role in ceremony. And some ceremonies, they don't begin until androgynous spirit is there. And many of our African traditions, the androgynous spirit, the LGBTQ+ people are gatekeepers. They're at the door because they hold a sacredness of understanding of complete balance. And they themselves, in their own manifestations of who they are, is a ritual within itself. How they carry themselves, how they understand. It's a ritual within itself. And the Vodou community gives an honoring. And it allows them to share and build their intelligence in this space. There was a documentary that was done, it was called Of God and Men in Haiti. And it was a documentary on trans women and gay men. And one of the fundamental ideas in this space, in this documentary, it talked about space, right? And the Vodou ceremony was a sacred space of comfort for this community. Now, putting this in context, I have to talk a little bit about queerness in Haiti. After the earthquake in Haiti, there was an increase of fundamental missionaries pumping fundamental Christianity and homophobia. And in that response, Courage, which means strength, was created in 2011. This was an LGBTQ+ support community. And during this time, there was a proposed Senate bill in Haiti. So if you were proven to be a homosexual, you would put in a list alongside pedophiles and child pornographers and be deprived of a certificate of moral good standing, something required for acceptance in some universities and in job applications, and no groups of more than 3 of folks identified as homosexuals could assemble together. Now, this bill did not pass, but it was assumed law, and it gave many permission for violence and discrimination, and the violence came and the discrimination came. This past November 25th, 2019, the president of Courage, and his images are on the slide in Vodou context, was assassinated. You know, he was assassinated, poisoned, and strangled. Nous toutes ces anges, nous toutes ces anges, we are all sacred. And when we think about, even in the Haitian tradition, the word for gay, the word for lesbian is derogatory itself. There is not a word for trans. And in the Vodou context, we don't need a name because you are all sacred and we see your intelligence. So I started the Black Androgynous Genius Project about 2 years ago. I was called, I'm a school psychologist, I was called by someone in the school district where I live and work, and they said, we have an issue. These high school Haitian kids are coming out and they are being kicked out of the house and the parents don't know. Out of all the ethnic groups, the Haitian families tend to be more strict and violent against these children. We need help. And I started to work with different beautiful energies, and one of them is Aaliyah. I met Aaliyah, and from the beginning, we looked at each other and we recognized each other, and she looked at me and she said, you are a daughter of Dantor, just like me. And Aaliyah was born in Haiti, and at 11 years old, that age of calling, her mother was told by a spirit that your child is too spirited. And her parents decided to accept her. And her father would pass away, and the other family members began to shun her. So during this time, she's transitioning. By this time, she's 15 years old in Haiti, and Courage had a scholarship for those folks who identified as queer and trans to give them a trade. And at 15 years old, she became a cosmetologist and began living on her own. And at 17, she had the opportunity to come to the United States. And she was put out of the house. She was homeless, and she was still in high school. So we began to work together, and she taught me her intelligence. We had a naming ceremony where she claimed Aaliyah as her name. And now she's a college student and has her own apartment. Nous toutes ces anges. Another sister that worked with me in the Black Androgynous Project, she's this amazing woman. She taught me, I was still new, still understanding, still learning the life of a Manbo, and she came and she taught me the right foods to make, the twirls to do, and she became my confidant in this work, my partner in this work. And this is a picture of her as a young child. So she was born in a Vodou family, but her family converted to Christianity. And all of a sudden there were all sorts of issues that was happening. And by 16 years old, she came out as a lesbian and was kicked out of her Christian house. And she struggled, lived in poverty, struggled with substance abuse. And in the last 5 years of her life, she accepted her calling. And in her family tradition, it was Gede and Bawon that they honored. And she would lose her life. Mystic Rose Edeyo. Edeyo was a name she attached, let us help them. She lost her life in December at 46 years old. And I honor her today in this presentation. So when we think about the need of our children, those who are adults with this identity, this intelligence, queerness, how do we support them? What does an energy look like? What does a sacred energy look like? Ezili Danto is depicted as a dark-skinned woman with a dagger, scratched up, fighting for her children. She's depicted as a heart with a dagger in it. Love brings you pain. Pain, does it have to bring you love? And what is the vessel? What is the vessel that encases a sacred energy? Do we respect the vessel? Do we respect the energy? Do we respect the intelligence? And here is an image of a trans dantor in ceremony. So I leave you with this. Nous toutes ces anges, anges embarrassés nous. We are all sacred. We are all an energy in a sacred vessel. Thank you very much, Aibubu.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Charlene. I have goosebumps. This panel was absolutely amazing. So now we're opening up the floor to any questions. We have a little bit of time to maybe get 2 or 3 questions in.
Okay, so the way we want to do it is if you have a question, you can press the hand raise button, which is, or hit the thumbs up, or you can type it into the chat. Everybody is saying Ashe, Aibobo. This was just fantastic, and I appreciate it so much, because this, in my practitioner's life especially, this is a question that I get asked a lot, especially now that we see more visibility of the LGBTQ community. I get asked many times, about this idea of two-spiritedness, about gender, and how, these things are spoken of in our traditions. So this was really beautiful and invaluable. I see some thank yous. Okay, I am going to call on Alondra with her hand raised. Go ahead, I unmuted you, you can speak.
Hi, thank you so much. It feels so incredible to be so seen as a queer being, and this panel has just been so fulfilling, healing, and affirming. I wanted to know if there was any book recommendations that you guys had. I don't know if the panelists themselves have any books that they've written, or anything else that they'd be able to recommend for us.
Thank you, Alondra. Panelists, any of you are welcome to maybe give a recommendation of a text that may help with this topic, or a text that you may have written, or ones that you recommend when you teach on these topics. I know some of you do that. Teaching.
Sure, I could go first. I'd recommend The Architects of Existence by Teresa Washington.
Yes, absolutely. Who was one of our keynotes 2 years ago, and we've got that right here. Yes, this is wonderful. She also wrote the Masculine Magnificence, which is on about the divine masculine, and the Our Mother's Architect. Yes. So that's a good place to start. Also, of course, Baba John's In Praise of Our Mothers, which Liseli drew on, and also which Baba John drew on for his talk. So those are definitely two places to see some of this information. Thank you, Alondra. Now, Okomfo Kwabena, I am opening your line. You can ask your question. Okay, are you still there? All right, we will come back. We will come back. We have Baba Fasanmi, Erwin Thomas.
Greetings and Boroguye to all. Iya, thank you so much for hosting this space. Give thanks to all the panelists. This has been a beautiful virtual experience. My question is, and if it can't be answered, that's okay. What is the greatest need amongst the most vulnerable and marginalized within the androgynous, queer, LGBTQ communities from we, the leadership of this culture in the West, right? From those who teach others and expand knowledge and have the influence and have the ashe and are trusted with, have the privilege of having godchildren. What is the greatest need of that population at this time?
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. Panelists, you're welcome to answer.
I mean, I don't have a lengthy response, but I would say affirmation. One of the things that I do, two things I say, embodiment and education, right? And just doing your part and, affirming, essentially affirming them through our ancestral wisdom.
Sure, Dr.
Désir? Yes, I mean, of course we want to give energy and light, but this is one of our most marginalized communities, particularly young people. I mean, there's a high suicide rate, early death. I mean, we know that Black trans women are killed more than any other group in terms of its rate. I mean, they're rejecting what is perceived as masculinity. So I do think that there's not a lot of supports, and I think our spiritual community who honors all should consider that. What can we do as a community? Right now with the pandemic, that's a huge issue, because we have so many homeless LGBTQ+ Black children. So I have an organization, 10 Global, and I specifically work with this population, but there are others, but just supporting these efforts and honoring someone that is not straight, back them up, say something in public, because it's definitely an issue in our community.
Sure.
Ashe, thank you so much for that wonderful response.
Can I say something quickly?
Oh, yes, of course, Horacio, please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so basically, I've seen a lot of acceptance coming as a expression of you do whatever you want in your bedroom or that type of thing, which is kind of a tolerance, but not a full tolerance. I will ask people to accept also what you don't want to accept, what's uncomfortable, what's extreme, what's wonderful. And like, for example, with trans individuals, I see they've told me the frustration that in a lot of ritual settings, they are not recognized by their true gender. They're recognized only by the gender that their biological original gender. So just try to create space for that. I know of an Obariete in Lukumi, Iris Obasa, who is a beautiful transgender woman who had to struggle so much for recognition and still does. So that's what I mean. Just try to embrace the extreme, the things that you're not comfortable with, which are all beautiful.
Ashe, Aibobo, thank you so much. Well, we want to thank Dr. Brown and our panelists, Ashe fingers, Aibobo fingers, Ambazum fingers, Medase fingers. We just say thank you so much. It was wonderful, Dr. Brown. Thank you. Soon to be Dr. Brown, 10 days, we counted down, I can't wait. That's another you know, we are talking about how the benefits that come out of this situation that we find ourselves in, the Odu that we are living together right now. And just like we are, so many more of us are able to be together today. I'm so happy and proud and honored to be at my sister's dissertation defense in just a week. It's gonna be wonderful. We're gonna have a great time. I also have to give a special shout out to Horacio because he beautifully invited me to be on his dissertation committee. So it is my first time serving on a committee and I am just so honored by that. So thank you all for your work.
I'm the one that's honored. Thank you so much.
Ashe, 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 ashe. So we are gonna keep it rolling. If you need to get up and stretch, of course, please do that. I encourage you to do that. Get up and stretch. We wanna stay on schedule as much as possible because some of you see, we got all the folks in the family in the house and they have other digital offerings they'll be offering tonight. So we do want to stay as close to on schedule as we possibly can. So we are going to welcome back Dr.Charlene Désir, who will be the moderator for our next panel entitled Gender Erasures and Controversies. Thank you, Dr. Désir. I will not read her bio again, as you just heard it. We will just turn it over to her to bring us into the panel. Thank you so much.
Yes, in the Haitian tradition, we say "Oné."
Respect.
And the response is respect. So "Oné," I honor you, and respect, let us exchange respect.
Asheo aibobo.
Respect.
Our first paper, Erasing Yemanjá, Religious Intolerance and the Divine Mother of Brazil, Dr. Danielle Boaz is a Stewart Hall Fellow at the Hutchins Center for African and African American Research at Harvard University. Dr. Boaz is also an assistant professor of African Studies in the area of social justice, human rights, and the law at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. Dr. Boaz has a PhD in history with a specialization in Africa, the African diaspora, and the Caribbean, a JD with a concentration in international law, and an LLM in intercultural human rights. She is a licensed attorney in the state of Florida and in the state of North Carolina. Dr. Boaz's research focuses on the relationship between race and religious freedom, with an emphasis on the historical and present day limitations on the right to practice African and African diaspora religions. Her first book, Banning Black Gods, African Diaspora Religions and the Law in the 21st Century, is forthcoming with the Penn State University Press. Dr. Boaz.
So thank you so much for that introduction. I am going to share my PowerPoint with you here. All right, so before I begin any kind of a presentation, especially to an audience like this, I do like to start off by talking a little bit more about the kind of research that I do, because what I do, or the kind of work that I do rather, because it's a little bit different, and hopefully it's something that can benefit all of you, especially scholar practitioners who are on our Zoom meeting today. So as Dr. Désir said in my introduction, I have a JD and a PhD, and I'm a licensed attorney. And I like to combine those two things, the scholar and lawyer in me. And what I do is I work in the area of religious freedom. And so with a focus on Africana religions. And so I offer for anybody who is a devotee of an Africana religion, if you have any issues with enjoying the right, the freedom to practice your religion, I do free consultations, legal consultations. It's kind of my way of giving back for all the blessings that I have in my life and helping to move everything forward with our rights and freedoms, which you'll see from my presentation have been severely restricted in a number of countries, most notably Brazil, in the last few years. So my presentation today is part of a larger project that I'm working on, a larger commission that I'm developing called the International Commission to Combat Religious Racism. And religious racism is just a shorthand term. It comes from a term in Brazil where they use this concept to refer to discrimination against Afro-Brazilian religions. And I argue that it's a concept that can be used to refer to discrimination against religions from the African continent more generally. So this commission, which you can find at the website that you see listed here on the slide, religiousracism.org, it is designed to document cases of intolerance against any African-derived religions, as well as we're working on creating a network of scholars, lawyers, and other businesses that cater to these faiths. So if you visit our site or if you contact me, you can report or share cases, incidents of religious intolerance. You can also seek advice about cases facing your own community.
Please, I'm sorry to interrupt, Dr. Boaz. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Please proceed, Dr. Boaz. Want to make sure all of our mics remain mute for the respect of the presenters. Thank you, Dr. Boaz.
Yes. And you can also, there's a form on our website where you can join the commission as well. So the project that I'm presenting today is the first of what I hope will be many in mapping projects, documenting projects, exploring cases of religious intolerance in specific countries and against specific traditions. So what you'll find on my website now on religiousracism.org is a series of documents about religious intolerance in Brazil. And you can see a still picture of, we have an interactive map, actually two interactive maps. One of them looks at cases of intolerance by the date that they occurred. And then there's another that features icons that you can click on, like there's a little fire icon and you can click on it and see cases of arson throughout the country. And all of those cases in our mapping project, they are only cases of intolerance against Afro-Brazilian religions. The first released project had 300 cases, and the next one, which will be out by the end of the year, will have 500 cases. And these are just from the year 2000 to present. There's also a report analyzing those cases and then a spreadsheet providing more information about them. So you can find all of that on my website already. But this is the source of the information for what I'm presenting today. And the majority of the incidents that I'm going to talk to you about are reported in that map and spreadsheet.
Solomon, I'm going to please ask that you mute your mic and please be attentive. Thank you so much.
So the reason that I've pursued this project, that I've started focusing on Brazil, is because religious intolerance has become a serious problem in Brazil generally over the last few years. The slide that you see here, it shows that this is Dial 100. It's a hotline in Brazil where you can report cases of religious intolerance. And the hotline was established in 2011. You can see that over the first few years, there were just a few hundred cases reported. And then over the last few years, it has really skyrocketed. So since the establishment in 2011, this hotline has received reports of nearly 3,000 cases of religious intolerance. 80% of those have occurred within the last 4 reporting years, which is the start of 2015 to the end of 2018. And the thing that I really want to highlight about this, so these are all cases of religious intolerance that go to this hotline. And of those cases, Afro-Brazilian religions in each reporting year average over 50% of the cases of religious intolerance. In 2 of the last 3 reporting years, 2016 and 2018, they've been actually almost 2/3. They've been 64% of the known victims of religious intolerance. If you compare this to the official statistics, which is the graph that you see on your left, the official statistics indicate that Afro-Brazilian religions combined, all Afro-Brazilian religions, are around 1% of the population of Brazil. Now we know that this is a little rather under, that Afro-Brazilian religions are not being fully counted because this is just people who are officially identifying as devotees of these faiths, but still the statistics are startling. And I don't cover this in detail in this presentation, but I'm sure that you're wondering, okay, who are these people who are committing these acts of intolerance? And so I just feel the need to kind of put it out there that even though Protestants are around 22% of the population, they're committing between 63 and 64% of all acts of intolerance in the country. And then in the report that I mentioned on my website, in the cases where we've been able to identify the religious affiliation of the perpetrator of acts of religious intolerance against Afro-Brazilian religions, 100% have been Christians, and at least 80% of the attacks have been carried out specifically by evangelical Christians. So when we talk about cases of religious intolerance, the database covers just about everything from online harassment to debates over child custody to robberies to cases of arson, armed invasions of places of worship, assault and murder of priests. There's a wide range of things, a wide array of things. But what I want to direct your attention to right here is in this graph, you see the colors ranging from blue to green, and these represent about 56, 57% of all the cases in the country. And these are the incidents of violent religious intolerance against a person or a place of worship. And what we're going to focus on today in the remaining time that I have is cases of crimes against property. And in particular, in the database that I created, there are 21 cases just since the year 2000 of the destruction or vandalism of statues or monuments dedicated to Afro-Brazilian religions. And I was really interested because as I was putting this data together, I started to notice that the vast majority of these cases, in fact, 11 of the 21 statues that have been destroyed or monuments that have been destroyed are devoted to Yemanjá. And I was thinking about this in the context of how much are we seeing the destruction of these monuments that are targeting an Òrìṣà, a deity, an entity that is seen as being the mother of Brazil. The arguably most celebrated Òrìṣà in Brazil is Yemanjá. The largest festivals are dedicated to her, and she probably has the largest number of monuments or statues throughout the country. And so I was reflecting on what it means to target Yemanjá as a targeting of the energy, the divine womanhood that represents the mother of Brazil. And so what I want to do with the time that I have left is kind of take you through some of these incidents of which I have photos and explore with you what kind of destruction of statues is actually going on. So these are 2 images of 2 of the most popular monuments or sites honoring Afro-Brazilian religions in the country. The one on the left-hand side that you see is in the Federal District, and then the one on the right is in the city of Salvador in Bahia. And the first case actually, the first documented instances of the destruction of Afro-Brazilian monuments from the 21st century come from the Plaza of the Òrìṣas in the left-hand side picture in the Federal District. And one of the cases in 2005 was the arson, the burning of a statue of Yemanjá. And it's the only incident of which I don't have any photos, so I apologize for that, but I wanted you to get a sense of what this site looks like. So then as we move forward, we have an incident from October of 2012, where this statue of Yemanjá, you can see that the two arms are severed off of it, and her breasts as well were severed and then burned. And then her legs were burned as well. And then the following year, we have this statue from Paraíba. In the left-hand side, you can see the original state of the statue. And then after the vandalism, you can see it in the right-hand side that the statue has been decapitated and the arms, the hands are severed, and then the head is laying at the base of the statue. This is from Rio Grande do Sul in 2015, and I apologize, the image is rather grainy, but it is the arson of the burning of a statue of Yemanjá. And then this is a statue that has been targeted repeatedly. In 2016, someone threw red paint all over the statue, and I didn't have an image of that, but then in 2018, the right arm was severed off of the statue, and you can see part of it laying there at the base of the statue. And in February of 2020, so just this year on February 2nd, the statue was re-inaugurated, and within a month, someone had tried to start to chip away at the statue, and you can see in the picture on the right-hand side there that there are pieces missing, as well as they tried to sever the arm. So in less than a month, this is some of the damage that was done. And then the last thing that I wanted to show you, this is a short video that was circulated on YouTube last year. Someone filmed a woman climbing up on a statue of Yemanjá and attacking it with a sledgehammer. So I'll show you that very briefly. And you can see right now she's taking the sledgehammer to the hands of the statue. And then in a moment here, she's getting ready to jump down to the base of the statue and start taking the sledgehammer to the bottom of the statue. And for the sake of time, I will stop it there. And then just 3 months later, someone else came back and attacked the statue once more, and they caused significant damage to the base of the statue as well. If I had more time, I would go into a number of other things, but just suffice to say that there's also a lot of restrictions going on, government officials trying to limit the advertisements for festivals for Yemanjá, to giving away the sites that are traditionally used for the festivals, as well as there have been some legislation initiated, as you see in the case of this particular statue in Bahia. In particular, evangelical legislators are trying to remove these public representations of the Òrìṣas, in particular statues of Yemanjá, in various parts of the country. And so I just want to highlight this basically. Like I said in the beginning, my point is just very simple, which is that Yemanjá is seen as the divine mother of Brazil and is highly celebrated. And yet a lot of the acts of intolerance are targeting sites, representations to her. And I think that we can see this as a very specific kind of attack on this notion that Yemanjá is the Òrìṣà that protects, the patron Òrìṣà of Brazil. And that we need to understand also these attacks on public monuments in Brazil as being part of a larger wave of intolerance against devotees of Afro-Brazilian religions. So I'll leave it there, and here is my contact information again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Boaz. I mean, we're getting comments. This is so sad. This is a hate crime. It's an act of terrorism. So we got to keep our faith centered. The next presentation is entitled King Alpha, Queen Omega, the integration of the divine in the persons of Emperor Haile Selassie and Empress Menin Asfar of Ethiopia within the Rastafari tradition. Dr. Anta Menet is a priest in the Bobo Shanti Order of Rastafari and has practiced Rastafari since 1978. He serves as presiding priest for the California office of the Jamaican-based African-centered Bobo Shanti Order of Rastafari. He holds a PhD in interdisciplinary studies with a concentration in African and African diaspora studies. Merritt is a lecturer in the Africana Studies Department at the San Diego State University. His doctoral and ongoing research centers on the Shishimi community of Rastafari in Shishimi, Ethiopia. Dr. Merritt.
Greetings, everyone. Just give me a second here to get my program lined up. It's a great pleasure to be here and appreciate Dr. Faleo for having me again from last year.
Sure, we're so happy to have you back at Cabo.
Hey, thank you again. So my talk today, King Alpha and Queen Omega, the integration of the male and female divine in the persons of Emperor Haile Selassie and Empress Menin Asfar of Ethiopia within the Rastafari tradition. Since its inception in 1930, the spiritual tradition known as Rastafari has really centered primarily on the person of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie as the incarnation of the divine. As the tradition has spread throughout the African diaspora, however, the person of Empress Menin Asfar, the emperor's wife, has gained attention. This is rightfully so, as she was the emperor's most trusted advisor by his own admission and a powerful force for change in her own right. So this paper traces the evolution of the Rastafari tradition with a focus on the personification of the divine in both monarchs. I delineate how this perception was prefigured in the seminal writings of Rastafari's founders, but was sublimated by a patriarchal imperative. I reason that there is a paramount need for this understanding to be emphasized as a practical part of the evolved tradition, thus serving as a potential source of healing power for the man, the woman, and the child of Rastafari. Today, I would like to speak of an important aspect in the livity of Rastafari, and that is how Rastafari has become a way for women in the faith to be more directly empowered in their feminine divinity with Her Royal Highness Empress Menin Asfar, the wife of Haile Selassie, and have her as an example. Now, as a movement that was reborn in the African diaspora in Jamaica, Rastafari is evolutionary. It evolves as the consciousness of those who practice this way of life evolve. And it is in transition as the experience of us in the African diaspora transits. So I feel really privileged to be here today to speak to a most important way Rastafari has evolved, and that is the recognition of the divine feminine in the person of Her Royal Highness Empress Menin Asfar, and the celebration of the irrevocable union of her divinity alongside that of masculine divinity of His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie. This is a coronation picture taken 1930 when they both were crowned Emperor, Empress. So really my talk is about the half, as they say, the half that is seldom told. So first let me allow a foundation for my discussion. From its inception in 1930, the focus of Rastafari has centered on the remarkable life and prophetic meaning of His Imperial Majesty, or Rastafari, which is his pre-coronation name. And when Rastafari was crowned Emperor of Ethiopia in 1930, He became monarch, not only of the world's oldest monarchy in continual existence, he also became head of state of the only country in Africa that was truly independent at a time when all the rest of Africa was either colonized by Europe or, as in the case of Liberia, under the direct economic control of the United States. The remarkable Marcus Garvey famously said that Black people should see God through the spectacles of Ethiopia. And as a harbinger of the advent of Haile Selassie, it is said that Garvey made the statement in the 1920s to look to the east, to Africa for the crowning of a Black king, for he shall be your redeemer. The 1930 coronation of Rastafari as Haile Selassie, the first 225th emperor of Ethiopia, was seen by many Blacks of the diaspora at that time as fulfillment of Garvey's prophetic statement. Now, since its inception, the culture of Rastafari has been both a force of resistance to the established order and resolute path to spiritual liberation. It has taken its place alongside other spiritual paths of the African diaspora as a method of knowledge of self for African ascended people. However, as Rastafari grew in numbers in Jamaica and spread to other parts of the African diaspora, it was clear that a major thrust of its direction was largely a patriarchal one, as women in Rastafari were relegated to a distinctly second-class position. It was a long-held position in Rastafari that a woman could only come to know the divinity of Haile Selassie through the knowledge that she gained from her kingman, her husband. Now, this came out of an unquestioning, literal acceptance of such biblical New Testament verses as 1 Corinthians 11:13, in which the Apostle Paul said, "But I want you to understand that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of a wife is her husband." Now, acceptance of such nonsense has begun to change as more and more women who are inspired by Rastafari culture also pursue higher education. This pursuit has not only strengthened the natural independence that most African diaspora women have, it has steadily encouraged women to challenge the patriarchal hegemony of the movement and connect with their divinity directly. Women are sitting at the tables of decision-making, speaking long and strong right in front of the tabernacle altar at Nyabingi gatherings, which was unheard of until recently, as this area was regarded as a male prerogative, as well as forging ahead on paths of their own choosing. I firmly believe that Rastaman might not only encourage this, they must do more to support women in their divine expression. So now, let us take a look at two expressions within the Rastafari tradition. While the expressions have a Judeo-Christian reference point, they have been repurposed from an Afrocentric perspective. And in the case of one of them, the Trinity has been realigned with its original meaning and etymology. The first of these expressions is the Trinity of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. The second is the Alpha and Omega. First, let's take a critical look at one of the more fiercely argued issues of the Old Testament, which is who or what is meant by the expression Holy Spirit. In the expression God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit is what we're looking at. The Old Testament is a traditional reference point for Rastafari, but as we know, it has gone through multiple translations and it must be critically analyzed. So I will draw from the work of Dr. J.J. Hurtak, a respected theologian specializing in Gnostic and Dead Sea Scrolls manuscripts. Hurtak wrote, in the Old Testament of the Bible and the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Holy Spirit was known in Hebrew as the Ruach HaKodesh. The Holy Spirit was not rendered as Holy Ghost until the appearance of the 1611 King James Version of the Bible. Ruach has been considered the spiritual force or presence of God. The Holy Spirit was also a source for divine guidance, of indwelling sanctification and creativity, and is considered as having a feminine power. Now he, as a reference to spirit has also been used in theology to match the pronoun for God, yet the Hebrew word ruach is a noun of feminine gender, thus referring to the Holy Spirit as she has clear linguistic justification. Denoting spirit as a feminine principle, the creative principle of life, makes sense when considering the Trinity concept, where God the Father plus Spirit the Mother leads to the divine extension of that divine sonship. In the Eastern Church, such as the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, spirit was always considered to have a feminine nature. Amongst the Eastern Church communities, there is none more clear about the feminine aspect of the Holy Spirit as the corpus of the Coptic Gnostics. One such document records that Yeshua, Jesus, says, "Even so did my mother, the Holy Spirit, take me by one of my hairs and carry me away to the great mountain Tabor." The 3rd century scroll of mystical Coptic Christianity, the Acts of Thomas, and I'm referring to these books because these are not books in the canonical Bible. These are Apocrypha or Gnostic books. The Acts of Thomas gives a graphic account of the Apostle Thomas's travels to India and contains prayers invoking the Holy Spirit as the mother of all creation and compassionate mother, among other titles. And finally, let us remember that the origin of the concept of Trinity owes its origin in the Trinity of Kemet, ancient Black Africa, as Asar, his wife Aset, and their son of an immaculate conception, Eru. Now I turn to Alpha and Omega, the first and last letters, the beginning and the end of the Greek alphabet, and Greek was the language of the New Testament. In more recent times, Alpha and Omega is less used simply as King Alpha and Omega, and is being chanted more frequently in Rastafari doxology as King Alpha and Queen Omega, in reference to both the Emperor and Empress to designate the comprehensiveness of God the Divine, meaning the divine is inclusive of all that can be. Thus, like bookends that enclose a priceless collection of books, His and Her Divine Majesties enclose the priceless whole of the Rastafari nation, both man and woman, man-child and woman-child. In one of his works of the 1940s, Leonard Howell was regarded as the founding father of Rastafari. One of them anyway, said, and I quote, "Speaking for the universe and the womanhood of man," listen to this expression, hood, the womanhood of man, Queen Omega is the crown woman of this world. She hands us her rule book from the poles of supreme authority. She is the canon mistress of creation. This is from the mission statement from one of the activist women's group called the Women Freedom Liberation League. This is from their mission statement. Excuse me. Out of the Black woman womb comes all nation of people, for it is her who is the mother of creation. Bless up all women of right and who defends the right of all at all times. Blessed love to all women of virtue who walk in the royal dignified ways of Empress Menen. For such a woman shall get the praises from I and I, Holy King Selassie, Jah Rastafari. I and I say that this is a man and woman kingdom of God and Goddess, Prince and Princess. As pointed out in the book, The Biography of Empress Menen Asfal, the mother of the Ethiopian nation, which is compiled by Sister Anjali Parnell. Her Royal Highness was a remarkable visionary and leader who was solely responsible for building the first high school for young women in Ethiopia, as well as vocational schools, churches, and child care centers for the health and well-being of the Ethiopian people. She also built a church on the banks of the Jordan River in the Holy Lands. An illuminated example of generosity and motherhood, Empress Menen was a steady source of strength for her husband throughout their 50 years of marriage. Finally, in his autobiography, His Imperial Majesty described the Empress as a woman without any malice whatsoever. And after her transition in 1962, he paid tribute to his wife by saying that during their 5 decades together, not once had it been necessary to have a third party mediate between him and his wife, and that their marriage had been one of peace and mutual support. So in closing, I would like to summarize the following 3 points. The divine masculine and feminine has always been evident in Rastafari, just hidden in plain view. This is evident in how His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie recognized and symbolically operationalized the union of the divine feminine and masculine when he broke with centuries-old tradition in order that Her Royal Highness be crowned in full view on the same day as was he. Traditionally, the Empress was crowned several days after the coronation of the Emperor. Their divine union demonstrated ma'at in praxis, a balance and harmony of the masculine and feminine. Second, Rastafari owes its legacy to 2 dynamic queens who demonstrated as freedom fighters in the struggle for liberation of Black people the power of a unified divine feminine and masculine. They both fought beside men and led them into battle. The first is Queen Nyabinghi, after whom the sacred drum music of Rastafari derives its name, not to be confused with reggae. That's a whole nother discussion. I ain't gonna get into that one right now. Queen Nyabinghi was a seer, and she was a freedom rider whose followers said her spirit reincarnated in her female successors. Her successors continued to lead men and women against the British and German colonizers in Africa, in East Africa in the 1800s. Next is Queen Nanny, a leader of the unenslaved Maroons of Jamaica, who successfully fought the British in Jamaica in the late 1700s. Queen Nanny is credited with freeing over 1,000 enslaved Blacks. Let me stop here, I want you to check the fact that Queen Nanny is on the $500 bill in Banks of Jamaica. Last time I was in Jamaica, I just gathered up a whole bunch of these. And we also know what's going on, that there's a lot of parallels between Queen Nanny and Harriet Tubman, whose delay for the $20 bill by you-know-who parallels much of what Queen Nanny did. They both were freedom fighters and freed the enslaved Blacks. Okay. Queen Nanny is credited with freeing over 1,000 enslaved Blacks. Officially, she is named as a national hero of Jamaica. She is the first and only woman so named. She received the title Right Excellent in front of her name. Move to another slide of Queen Nanny. Here you see her as a strong and resourceful military strategist who successfully led Black men and women in battle against the British. Finally, Rastafari is an emancipatory movement, yet it is just beginning to deal with its biggest contradiction, the subordination of women by men. Improvement in this regard has happened, but there still is a way to go. Some of the perspectives in this paper are inspired by my reasonings with some Rastafari women whose divine feminine is informed by their knowledge of the wise minds and the stellar lives of Queen Nyabinghi and Queen Nanny, and of course, Empress Menen. And as such, they assert they do not feel and will not tolerate being subordinated to men by men. This paper is also informed by my reasonings with some Rasta men, whose divine masculinity is informed by their knowledge of and respect for the divine feminine, as well as their love for His Imperial Majesty, and strive therefore to emulate the examples of Haile Selassie and honor and respect all Black women. The goal of the information in this paper is to sharpen these perspectives, to share this information with the broader diaspora, and to stoke the fire of Rasta reasoning. May it serve as a conduit, especially for the youths who coming up, just listening to reggae music and all of its slackness, to the self-realization and unification of the divine feminine and masculine in the liberty of Rastafari. So I want to thank you again for being allowed to present this information to something that's very clear to my heart and to my wife's heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Merritt. Our roots are deep. Our roots are deep. So thank you. And I just want to remind everyone, to give honor to all of our presenters, do a little, positive energy to them. And also, if you want to ask a question, please go and click on the hand raise button, the blue button, so that you can ask questions. Our next presentation is re-examining the presence of the divine feminine and masculine in the Yoruba traditional myths and Ifa ritual objects. Joanne Hunter, Yanifa Omotewe, owner of the Black Madonna Enterprise Publishing Company, has been involved in the study of Yoruba Isise and Lukumi Òrìṣà religions for more than 3 decades. She is the Òrìṣà of Anagu and Iyanafi with an MA degree in cultural sociology from the University of Louisville. She has lectured and written on many healing aspects of the Yoruba culture and her experiences living and traveling in Africa, Cuba, Europe, Asia, and Brazil. She is also the author of a groundbreaking book, My Journey in Ngaju, the Òrìṣà So Hard to Find. Please welcome our next presenter.
Hey, greetings, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Désir, for the introduction. Just trying to scroll over here so I can get this set up. Okay, so again, thank everyone. The name of my presentation is Re-examining the Presence of the Divine Feminine and the Masculine in Yoruba Myths, Iconography, and Ifa Ritual Objects. In this paper, I build on several of the themes that I included in my book, My Journey to Aganju, the Òrìṣà So Hard to Find. I also use Ifa divination tools as well as Ese Ifa, Itan, and Ogboni icons to illustrate how traditional Yoruba iconography of the divine feminine and the divine masculine, although simultaneously displayed, are discussed in ways that have resulted in the defeminization of Ifa and frequently de-emphasized importance of the divine feminine. Lack of an overt representation of the divine feminine is particularly problematic when one considers it's the Awan Iyawa, our mothers, that are not only the primordial companions of Olodumare, but also in their terrestrial forms, the female Òrìṣà, Odu, was more powerful than her male companion, Obatala. And Iyamio Saranga, or Ajay, are the Awan and Neti Oni Aye, the owners of the physical world. The primary function of myths and iconography is to legitimize social institutions and practices. And a great deal of the traditional Yoruba religious knowledge can be found within Ese Ifa. So consequently, most of the well-known myths, images, information, as well as the ambivalence that we have about the Awani Awa have been derived from Ifa Ese. Here we go. Okay. The Yoruba cosmos, in the Yoruba cosmos, the universe is divided into 2 opposing camps. Broadly speaking, the malevolent forces on the left-hand side called Ajogun, for example, Iku, Arun, and the benevolent forces on the right called Òrìṣà or Irumole. Olodumare, who is at the apex, and Eshu straddle the divide to balance the conflict between the Ajogun and Òrìṣà, as well as between human beings. The Ajay, who are variously called Iele, or roughly, owner of birds, and the Awani Awa, our mothers, also straddle the divide and thereby create balance. The Awani have a special power that was given to them by Olodumare that can be used positively or negatively according to their desires. All of the powers of earth flows through the Awani. Consequently, in traditional Yoruba society, all who aspire to positions of power must honor and pay homage to the Ajay. It is for this reason that the image of the birds, which represents the special power of the Ajay, are on all Yoruba icons of authority. So what follows are a few examples of important Yoruba myths, Ifa divination implements, Ogboni iconography, where the divine feminine is frequently disregarded or downplayed. In one myth, Olodumare gathered metal and sand into a white cloth and gave the cloth with an adie, or chicken, and iele, pigeon, to Obatala. Obatala, after descending to earth on a chain, poured the first three articles into a heap and placed a bird or birds, according to which myth you're using, upon it. The birds scattered the sandy mixture into to form land in some areas and left water into others. In addition to that creation myth, another creation myth says Oduduwa, who accompanied Òrìṣà or Obatala on the journey, carried out the task of Olodumare. In Ife, Oduduwa is considered male. However, in many other areas of Yoruba land, Oduduwa is considered female. Notice the idea at the foot of Oduduwa in this photograph, as well as the icon of the bird on its staff. The significance of the preceding myths are many, but if we consider Oduduwa as a female, then firstly, the progenitor of the Yoruba people, as well as the first ruler of Ile-Ife, may have been a female. Secondly, and perhaps even more profound, is that the landscape of Earth, as well as the first humans, may have been created by two female Òrìṣà, for Òrìṣà is considered a female aspect of Obatala, and in many areas, Oduduwa is also considered female. Whether it was Oduduwa or Obatala that carried out Olodumare's instructions, it goes without saying that a bird of some sort, which is the icon of the divine feminine, is consistently featured in all Yoruba creation myths. And it is rarely pointed out that the birds, in fact, represent the presence and power of our mothers in creating Earth. The spotless white cloth, or asho funfun, featured in some Yoruba creation myths, is also associated with the Great Mothers. However, white cloth is more often thought of as the iconic symbol of Obatala. It goes without question, though, that for the Yoruba, the answer to the riddle, what came first, the chicken, definitely came to earth before the egg. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Obatala is also a potter or molder of humans. Although Obatala is credited with the molding of Ori, physical heads, it's often overlooked that it is the Ajay that brought to earth Obi Arine, which is the power to change one's fortune, or one's Ori-Inu, destiny. In addition to Oshun being an Ajay, she is nicknamed Shigese, the hair plaiting expert with a beaded comb. And it is believed that she influences destiny, or Ori-Inu, in both humans as well as Òrìṣà, for better or for worse. In this photograph, the Oshun priestesses personified Oshun as Shigese with their use of intricate hair braiding patterns, red parrot feathers, hair combs, and cowrie shells, which belong to Oshun, but also represent the divine feminine. Obatala is also called Alamorere, the one who deals in choice clay. It is frequently overlooked, though, that it is Oshun who advised Obatala on the best type of clay to use, which could be resistant to water. In some myths, it is Oshun that also assisted Obatala in actually molding heads as well as bodies. Another area of the divine feminine that often goes without recognition is the fact that Emi, the animating life force or breath, is in fact the daughter of Olodumare, And for the Yoruba, it is when Emi withdraws herself from the living body that that person is considered dead. Note in this image, not only is Olodumare depicted as male, but seemingly so is the vital breath that is being emitted from his, her, its mouth. Divination is one of the most important components of all Òrìṣà religions. There are three primary types of divination used in all Òrìṣà religions. Obi, four-lobed kola nut, Erin de Logun, 16 calories, and Ifa, which uses Okwele or Ikin. Obi is used during ebo preparation and after to determine the acceptance of the ebo. 16 calories can provide more detailed responses than Obi, but is not as comprehensive, or some would say, as reliable as Ifa. Four-lobed kola is also called Iya Obi, and it is believed that Iya Obi, or Mother Obi, most probably gave rise to the more complex Erin de Logun and Ifa divination systems. In Isheshe religion, female diviners engage in all three types of the preceding forms of divination. And although women in Isheshe Ifa hold complementary positions within the Ifa Egbe structures, their positions, for the most part, are not equal to their male counterparts. And in the Lukumi religion formed in Cuba, women are excluded from the Ifa priesthood and therefore from using the divinatory tools of Ifa. The suppression of the historical role and the significance of the divine feminine in Ifa, the exclusion of women from Lukumi Ifa, and the gendered inequality of Isheshe Ifa Egbes have all resulted in the defeminization of Ifa. What follows are some examples of the importance of the divine feminine in the history of Ifa and its tools that are rarely mentioned. Itan and S.A. Ifa inform us that Orunmila is considered the Òrìṣà of wisdom and the creator of the current Ifa divination system. But there are also Itan and S.A. Ifa that inform us that Olodumare gave wisdom first to the deity Odu, and that Oshun possessed the bag of wisdom, or Odu Ifa, before Orunmila. It is not frequently mentioned that in addition to being known as the consummate deity of beauty and fertility, it was Oshun who was a gifted diviner, who gave or prescribed ebos that were so efficacious that they were used by Orunmila. And it was Oshun who gave Olodumare a reading using Erin de Logun that hit upon everything that was in Olodumare's mind. Itan and pictorial evidence show much to the contrary of recent notions that historically, women not only casted Ifa, but also performed Ifa initiations. The bards of Oyo Palace recount that an Ifa initiation was performed for the king of Ado by a Nukwe woman named Oruba Ifa. The Alado, initiated and trained by Oruba Ifa, later went on to initiate Oyos into the mysteries and ceremonies of Ifa worship. The story suggests that the oldest Ifa lineage in Oyo may have in fact originated from a Nukwe woman that went on to live in Ota and became head of the Iami. In this photograph, circa 1883, it shows an Oyo woman performing Ifa divination. You can't see it from the picture that I've got here, but it was on Osei Ifado. This photograph is also, as originally captioned, Woman Babalao, circa 1967, and it shows a woman divining using the tools of Ifa. Forgotten too is the reality that most of the sacred divinatory tools of Ifa also bear the stamp of the divine feminine. The Opan Ifa, also called Alaiku, that which does not die or lives forever, is said to symbolize the womb of the universe or the deity Odu. Prior to making the divination marks or Odu on the Opan, the Odu markings were made on Ile, earth, which is under the purview of the Ajay. Also the four-eyed consecrated palm nuts called a King Ifa, which represent Orunmila, actually are considered female. They're called Awenri Ifa. Additionally, and perhaps more importantly, the highest level of divination, Ikin Ifa, cannot be used independent of the Opan or womb of Odu. And Iyerosun, the yellow powder that after a long search for a suitable mate who decided to join Ifa, also cannot be used. I'm sorry, Ikin cannot be used without Iyerosun, nor can it be used without the container, Ajire, who is the daughter of the heavenly deity, Ajalurun. The process of making the lines on the Opan Ifa is referred to as Te, and the lines themselves are referred to as eyes, or Oju Opam, the eyes of Opam. The fact that the Òrìṣà Odu's Oriki is the one with delicate, discerning, protruding eyes may be highly correlated with the importance of eyes on Ikin Ifa, as well as the Odu marks themselves on Opam. The divine feminine also dominates the Ogboni society. The primary symbol of Ogboni is Adan. Adan typically exists as a pair, which is male and female brass figurines that are connected by a chain. Although Adan typically consists, again, as a pair, Adan is usually referred to as Ololo, which is a feminine name, as well as Iya, a feminine name. And the Ogboni members themselves are referred to as Omo Iya, children of the same mother. A further testament to the forgotten importance of Earth can be found in the essay Oyekun Robles, which says that Ile is the mother of all Òrìṣà, or Irumole, and without her consent, nothing can be successful in the physical world. And like her sister Odu, Ile also has bulging eyes that never go blind. The myths and iconography and the importance of the divine feminine in Ogboni are many. In the interest of time, I'm going to stop here. And I'd like to end with an essay that I think may offer something to help us navigate through these perilous times. And Irosun Iwori Eseifa says that during a time when the world was fraught with disharmony, corrupt leaders, and disease, Orunmila was asked by the elders to find a solution. Orunmila consulted Ifa. He was told to go to the other realm and to invite his lady friend, Adan, to return with him to Earth to help rectify the chaotic situation there. After performing sacrifice, Orunmila and Adan returned to Ile. Adan succeeded in bringing respect to Earth and ethics and order to the world. All of which is to say that perhaps it's time for all human beings to realize that we are merely guests and not the masters of Earth, so that before long and in not too much time, peace, fairness, justice, and harmony can once again prevail on Earth. Thank you.
Ashe, ashe. Ooh, the power of female energy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our last presenter for this panel. Get ready. The title of this presentation is Mamalawo, the controversy over women practicing Ifa divination. Dr. Ayodeji Ogunake is an assistant professor at Bowdoin College. He received his PhD in African and African American Studies from Harvard University. He specializes in Islam in Africa, Christianity in Africa, traditional African religions, and African diaspora religious traditions. His particular focus is on the historical and contemporary dynamics of indigenous Yoruba traditions, their development in the diaspora and interactions with Islam and Christianity. His work seeks to develop theories and scholarly approaches drawn from within these traditions themselves, and with emphasis on the Ifa divination, ritual, and mythology. Please welcome our next presenter.
All right, can everybody hear me? Yeah, okay, great. Well, first and foremost, I want to say a huge thank you, Eshegon Adupe, to the hostess with the mostest, the one who brought us all together here. Yeah, Dr. Funlayo Wood-Menzies, thank you so much for doing this, and everyone else involved in convening the conference. We all know how much work it is to convene a conference in general. And then you add on top of it this whole COVID-19 situation and converting everything to digital. And we're all reaping the benefits of your hard work. It's been such a pleasure. And I want to thank you for all of your extraordinary efforts today. I'd also like to say thank you to the other members of this panel. This was really incredible. This is one of the best panels I think I've been a part of or heard in quite a long time. And it dovetails really well into what I hope to talk about today, which is this controversy, a lot of pain, suffering, and disagreement that unfortunately has resulted from the, in my opinion, wonderful development of more women getting involved in the Ifa tradition, in particular in diaspora. So without further ado, since I know we're short on time, I'll just jump right in. I don't need to tell this group exactly what Ifa is and how Ifa operates. So I'll skip through a lot of this stuff. But the main thing that I want to stress here is just how popular Ifa has become in diaspora. And when I say diaspora, I don't just mean places like the US, Cuba, Brazil. In some of my research, I've been contacted by and spoken to people effectively everywhere in the world except for Antarctica for obvious reasons. And we have people who are practicing Ifa, getting initiated, and studying essay and Itan Ifa literally everywhere in the world. So a quick overview of what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm going to focus at first on Cuba and the Lukumi tradition, because this was traditionally at the center of what became kind of the global debate on this issue. We'll talk a little bit about how many Ifa Òrìṣà practitioners in the US turned away from the Lukumi or Cuban tradition towards West African and specifically Nigerian models. But how in all of the work that I've done with Babalawo in Nigeria and other Ifa practitioners, this hasn't traditionally been as much of an issue, but West Africans have been increasingly drawn into this debate, which is very fascinating. I'll talk a little bit about the outrage and the marginalization, unfortunately, that has come about as a result of this. And I'll examine the arguments on all sides. So people who are pushing for more of this to happen, people who are pushing back against it, others who are brought into it. And I'll do that in light of Yoruba historical and religious factors. I don't want to take a normative stance, however, and say, hey, this is what people should and should not be doing with the tradition. Instead, what I want to do is maybe provide some more context so the discussion can be a bit more robust, and then also to dispel some misconceptions and misinformation that's commonly out there. Stefania Capone famously wrote, this was about 10 years ago, but I think it's still very much true, that this issue of women's involvement in Ifa constitutes the most controversial aspect of the tradition amongst Òrìṣà practitioners in the Americas. I think in some ways it's become even more true as time has gone on. And as I've mentioned, there's a great amount of misinformation. Our ancestors were very wise in the way that they decided, even when people could write things down, but they decided to transmit things orally. So only people who can do the right thing with information get it. And then if you want to give information or get it, you have to go to someone authoritative. You go on the internet now and everybody who thinks he knows something about something is writing whatever he wants. And so there's a lot of misinformation out there. It's also significant because when you look at the traditional Yoruba models in West Africa, they demonstrate a unique articulation of biological sex versus gender that very much differs from the common Western conceptions that people are more familiar with and sometimes, unfortunately, get mapped onto the tradition and cause lots of problems for practitioners, especially women. So Ifa as a tradition is very much gendered in nature. Everybody always knows, Babalawo means father of secrets. There are female positions that are well established and everybody knows about them being in the tradition, like Akpetebi, women who are born into Ifa lineages and help out with a lot of the ceremonies, but do not necessarily have to have been initiated and trained like the Babalawo. We have lots of Iyanifa here, which is really wonderful. And you know, these are women who have actually received Ifa, obviously. But as has been noted in a lot of the other presentations today, most specifically the one just before, women's involvement in Ifa has traditionally been limited. With respect to the Yoruba traditions of Ifa in Nigeria, they're limited more in the sense that they have not been actively restricted, but because of historical and social situations, women have not participated as fully as they potentially could have. And I'll get into that in a little bit later. So there's a growing number of female devotees, especially in the diaspora. Now we have far more of them in the US than in Nigeria. And the debate is really about two issues, which sometimes get conflated. First is, can women get initiated? And fortunately, I think we're beginning to move past that one. But the other one that's still very hotly debated is whether or not women can and should perform divination with the iking, with the okbale, and so on. So the Cuban debate really heated up in 2004 when this woman, Alba Marina Portales, who I believe was from Venezuela, got initiated in Cuba by what are often called African-style babalao, and you know, it's spelled without the W in the Spanish orthography. The African-style babalao wanted to get involved in her initiation because they protested Cuban and Western misogyny and machismo. And they said, look, we've come into contact with more open-minded West Africans, Nigerians, and Babalao from Benin. And if they're open to initiating women and we're not open to initiating them in the Lukumi tradition, it seems pretty clear that the difference between the two is Western gender norms and misogyny, right, and Western sexism. So we don't want to have anything to do with that. We want to go back to the way it was initially done in Africa. The Cuban style, babalao, on the other hand, leveled accusations of feminist violations and corruptions of the tradition. And they said that these Nigerians who are getting involved really just want to make money, and they're willing to do whatever they can to get someone to buy them a plane ticket and influence the tradition to give themselves a more prominent position. And they claimed that the Cuban Lukumi tradition, which did not allow women to get initiated, was in fact more traditional and authoritative as a result. However, both of these groups tended to agree that Americans who were trying to get initiated into Ifa, at least that's women who were trying to get initiated into Ifa, were violating traditional gender norms, which of course many American initiates did not agree with. Now, of course, I'm speaking in general terms here. You have some Cuban style babalaos who do not necessarily take as hard of a stance, but this is the general party line in all of these groups. Now, the American debate actually preceded the Cuban debate to a certain degree, and that's why they have this particular response from all of the African style and the Cuban style. When many African-American Ifa Òrìṣà practitioners made contact with West African practitioners who were willing to initiate women, many of them began to turn or to break off from the Lukumi tradition, which was found in the US at that point. And most of this happened in the 1990s, when large numbers of African-American women practitioners became initiated. And then some of them launched a fortunately successful protest to be able to divine in Oyotunji village. This, of course, infuriated a lot of the more traditionally minded Cuban style babalaos there. And the end result, like I've mentioned, is that now we have far more female initiates in the US than even in the homeland in Nigeria. There's also a new term coined because of the sharp rise in female practitioners at this higher level, Iyalawo, which is the natural correlative to Babalao. So it's the mother of secrets rather than the father of secrets. And some people have been drawn to a perception of gender equality, especially practitioners who are coming from religious environments and traditions in which sexism is just much more apparent, especially Christian denominations in which women are not allowed to become priests or pastors or ministers. And so an articulation like this is naturally very, very appealing. So I want to go through a little bit of why the Cuban style babalaos take their particular stance. Goes back to Vodou, about whom we've heard quite a lot already. And women traditionally are restricted from coming into immediate contact with Vodou and actually gazing on Vodou, which is part of many, but not all, Ifa initiation rituals. And in the Cuban style, they say, well, you have to get initiated and have this experience of seeing Vodou before you can even study the essay Ifa. And so if you have to go through this ritual process before you can even study, and women aren't allowed to see Odu, then women can't study it, and women can't get initiated at this higher level. Also, and this is based on a particular interpretation of one essay Ifa. They also say that because Erin Dilogun is a female form of initiation, right, with 16 cowrie shells that's traditionally viewed as being owned by Oshun, they say because of Yoruba gender complementarity, there's a female form of divination, and so women should be happy with that one and leave the male form of divination, Ifa, to the men. And it doesn't matter that Ifa is perhaps viewed as superior by many. That's just the way it broke down, and so you should stick to your lane. Again, they claim that Nigerians displayed a modern corruption of the tradition. And I thought that was very curious, and I wanted to do some research on how they might know that or where that particular perception might come from. And so a huge part of it, I believe, comes from the academic literature, because everybody reads a lot of the most authoritative literature that's out there. And in particular, a lot of the earliest literature, the foundational literature in this field, is unequivocal about a lack of a role of women in the priesthood of Ifa. And you can read some of the quotations here on the right. You know, things like only men can practice Ifa, women can never become Babalao, and that type of thing. So if you were to read this literature and then encounter people coming from West Africa who are doing something totally different, naturally you'll think, well, these people are just doing something completely separate from what is the traditional norm. They're changing the tradition in ways that is entirely new. However, more recent scholarship has done a much better job of noting the female role in the foundations of the Ifa tradition. And interestingly enough, there's even one essay Ifa in Ejiogbe that talks about the initiation of Orumila's own daughter. Right? And so all of this is drawing attention to the fact that feminine power has actually always been at the heart of the Ifa tradition. And also women have been getting initiated even by the deity Orumila himself. However, a lot of the literature, especially by Yoruba practitioners, lay emphasis on the fact that Ifa is not entirely open or inclusive in the ways that we oftentimes use those terms today. And this all has to do with the Yoruba conceptions of gender complementarity, which is very similar to yin and yang, which is why I have the picture here. Ifa itself is built on these systems of binaries. You know, you have the two arms of the okbele. You have the either open or closed permutations of every aspect of the okbele, or the one or two marks on the okma Ifa when you're using ikin. You also ask the series of yes or no questions, right? You cast the okbele twice every time. So everything is always binary. And there are clearly defined gendered spheres, but those gendered spheres are always moderated by other factors such as age, lineage, knowledge, wealth, or status. And there's always a certain amount of the masculine within the feminine, and always a certain amount of the feminine within the masculine as well. And so you'll see this with a lot of traditions, especially some of the more masculine traditions, that ones that people generally perceive of as more masculine, such as kingship or the Hunters Guild. While they are gendered more male, there historically have been many women who have actually been a part of these traditions. So you'll have female kings. Oftentimes they're gendered male, and the fact that they're biologically female doesn't make much of a difference. People don't have a problem with it. It's perfectly accepted. Even some Òrìṣà, and we've already seen how Oshumare, Odudua, the broader category of Obatala, oftentimes are gendered both male and female depending on the context. Even a super macho Òrìṣà like Shango, in certain times and places, is venerated as a sacred feminine power as well. So it's not entirely fluid, but it's very context dependent, and there's always a bit of each in the other. And so this type of Yoruba system offers a lot of interesting options, as well as certain limitations, but far fewer than this kind of stark gender division. So with all of this, the thing I really wanted to get to, when a lot of people, especially in Brazil, kept asking me, oh, tell these women that they can't actually get initiated into Ifa, they shouldn't be doing divination. You've been studying in Nigeria, you've seen what it's like, tell them that this isn't actually the case. So I did a deep dive into effectively all of the literature I could find that mentioned anything about whether women could or could not do it. And similarly, I'd like to corroborate the evidence found in the previous presentation that there are lots of examples of women in the past who not only have been initiated, but performed divination. One of the kings of Dahomey around the turn of the century invited 3 very famous female Yoruba diviners to come and perform divination for him, which is very significant because not only were they famous enough that he had heard about them, right, from a different part of Africa, West Africa, but he also had his own court diviners. So he actually preferred to have these women come from Yorubaland to perform divination for him in his palace. There are also lots of more recorded instances of female diviners in Nigeria in more contemporary times, and I'll talk about one of the more prominent ones in just a little bit. And furthermore, even in Nigeria today, female initiation and divination is becoming more common. I spoke to several Babalawo, mostly in Osun State, who said, yeah, you know, we're initiating women in larger numbers for a lot of social reasons, which I'll get into in a little bit later. There's also a fair amount of diversity within the tradition though. And so while the vast majority of West African Babalawo are very open to both initiating women and training them to perform divination, like this Iya we see right here, there are some who are not open to it. And this is mostly lineage specific, right? And this is one of, I think, the beautiful things about this tradition is that there can be so many different perspectives and diversity that exist in harmony with each other. And so some say, look, our lineage doesn't initiate women, but you can go one town over and work with this other lineage. Or there's this other family that does know how to initiate women and that works fine with their tradition. So one of the most prominent women that I'd like to draw attention to is this woman, Fakemide from Okuku, who unfortunately I believe has passed on now. But this is a quotation from another man who was a Babalawo and in the Diviners Guild with her. And he said, she learned Ifa. If a woman goes to school, she becomes an educated person. If she learns Ifa, she becomes a Babalawo. Her father was a Babalawo, so was her husband. So she picked it up little by little from them. There was never a time when the Association of Babalawo said she had no right to participate in their activities. She would go to the cult and participate in meetings just like the others. They would ask her about a certain verse of Ifa. If she answered correctly, they would accept that she was a Babalawo. The verses she learned were the same as those of other Babalawo. Since she learned them, she was a Babalawo. Then she also had the right to examine other people on their knowledge, just as they had examined her. Both men and women would come as clients to consult her. And so you can see the fact that she was a woman didn't prohibit or inhibit her from operating at all of the levels of the Ifa tradition. Men would come to patronize her. She would examine men and test them on their knowledge in exactly the same way that men did. I also do think it's interesting to note that she was called a Babalawo, and in one of the pictures from the previous presentation, we had a picture of a female Babalawo. And traditionally, I think this is the context in which I've heard female diviners referred to within Yorubaland as just Babalawo, not feeling the need to change the gender. I think because of the contours of the Ifa tradition, I think diviners traditionally have been more gendered male, even if they're anatomically female. And so I asked several Babalawo in Osun State why, if the Ifa tradition is very open to initiating women, why we don't see that many of them in West Africa, but we do in diaspora. And they said part of it is because of concerns over mixed gender training. And while I don't necessarily share all of the views on this, I understand why one man, the Araba of Ede, said personally he prefers not to train men and women together, or young men and young women, because when he's training teenagers in particular who have raging hormones and are learning about powerful esoteric verses and medicines and ogun and that type of thing, he doesn't want them potentially using it against each other or having any kind of conflict because of romantic issues. Another
Dr.
Babalawo.
Obuneke, I'm so sorry to interrupt. We're running short on time. Can I ask you lovingly to finish with flourish as you always do and give you another minute or so to conclude?
Absolutely. Yep, I can run through the most important part very
Thank
quickly.
you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. So the thing I want to get across here very quickly before I round everything up is that I believe some of the misconceptions here and some of the limitations that do exist circle around the nature of Òrìṣà Odu. Now, the taboos aren't there like in certain other traditions because women are viewed as impure, but rather, as we've heard, women possess the power of life and death and the ability to transcend the spiritual and the physical realms. And so during that certain time of the month, if a woman were to come into contact with certain ritual tools, there's a clash of potent feminine power. And this is true across the Òrìṣà traditions like Oshun and others. And so with the Òrìṣà Vodou, because of her being the most potent female power, people who are not properly prepared can go blind or lose the ability to have children. This is at times true for men, but especially for women. And traditionally, there has been a level of initiation called a legam, which doesn't involve Vodou. Now, in this way, I think the male and the female are balanced within the Ifa tradition because Vodou is the source of Orumila's power and ability to perform divination. And so he's the husband of Vodou. And the Babalao then also become like the husband of Vodou as well. And so you get this pairing of the two powers, and they rest on the sacred feminine. Interestingly enough, the Ifa tradition is one of the only Òrìṣà traditions that doesn't have spirit possession and whose priests aren't referred to as the wives of their Òrìṣà, like Shango, for example. And so the priesthood is very much gendered male in that way. And I think that may be the source of some of the misconceptions. So there are no clearly defined transnational sides. The Cuban tradition is very different. They're likely going to continue to diverge as women are forced to make a choice there. But I think the explicitly male-oriented nature of the tradition could perhaps change as more and more women continue to get initiated. And if women are the ones doing the training, then I think we could actually see a lot of it, the social dynamics they're changing and things opening up even more. And one last thing I'd like to show you all is I have a beautiful Ajere Ifa here, which I think is a really good example of what I'm talking about, in that the Iking would oftentimes go inside here in the Ajere Ifa, but they're usually depicted as resting upon some kind of representation of the sacred feminine, right? And so here's the woman kneeling and supporting the literal manifestation of Ifa. So thank you so much for your time and attention, and sorry for running a little bit over.
Thank you all so much. No need for apologies. We know how rich this material is. Let's please give our panelists a warm thank you, and ashe, aibobo, an appreciation for the knowledge and the wisdom that they have shared. Thank you to Manbo Dr.Charlene Désir for moderating this panel. I'm going to serve in a role so that we can transition to a question that seems to be at the heart of what so much of the conversation seemed to be leading towards in the chat. I saw people who are defending their traditions. I saw people who are raising different perspectives. And so I want to have an opportunity for all of the panelists, we know this was a larger panel, to reflect on this one question that seems to be at the heart of all of your presentations, which is, what does it mean to reclaim the divine feminine in your traditions of study or of study and worship? And how do we handle these controversies with compassion? I think many of us are probably very familiar with the idea that Rastafari is a patriarchal tradition, quote unquote, and so many people expressed their appreciation, Dr. Merritt, for your interpretation of, in fact, there are the presences of divine feminine. I think we saw in Dr. Boaz's work the incredible attention to land being destroyed, temple sites being destroyed, people being violated as practitioners, as leaders of these traditions. So how do we deal with honoring the divine feminine and managing these controversies with compassion? And we'll give each of you just a minute or so to answer. We know it's a large question, and we look forward to continuing these conversations. Thank you. Oh, well, don't get shy now. We do want to hear from our presenters.
Okay, I'll go first. Within Rastafari, there's this tradition called reasoning. Reasoning is not debate or argument. It's a measured discussion and a meeting of the minds. And so when I, for instance, talk about the divine feminine within Rastafari, I have to be ready for, because although I lived in Jamaica for a period of time, I'm not born there. So I have to be ready and very knowledgeable about the the book of the Bible and to show people that. I tell them first, there's other books that we have to learn from other than the Bible. But if we're going to make a reference to that, know that it has been tampered with, and to go beyond and the apparent and reason with it. You know, a book is just simply an exchange of knowledge between the words on the page and the consciousness of your mind, okay? Also to look around you and to see that to continue to suppress women, for men to continue to suppress women really holds back the whole half of the population. I think we've all said that. So education, not only for women, but for men is very paramount to getting past these things. As a priest, now wrap this up here. I had to do some things publicly that surprised some of the brethren. For instance, we had a gathering at the Malcolm X Center, and I asked one of the elder sisters who I knew can play drums to come up and play Nyabinghi drums. And so some of the brethren out were looking at it, and I said, hold up, stop. Don't you know that Nyabinghi, Queen Nyabinghi, was the woman who created this tradition, and that she was the one who drummed at these sessions? So let's, leave off of these things and be more conscious. And so next thing I know, people was coming up and say, can you let my daughter play drums? And so I say, yeah, of course, So I think barriers are coming down, but it takes work, consciousness on the part of men and women to push the barriers, and knowledge, particularly working with the young people. And be prepared, certainly all of us as practitioners, that when we push the envelope, we will meet some resistance all speakers, but I'm just particularly focusing on the last brethren who spoke about some of the things. Be prepared to deal with this opposition with patience, understanding, and knowledge that cannot be contested.
Thank you so much. Can we have the rest of our panelists offer just a moment or two of wisdom as well?
I'll go ahead and jump in because I know the other two panelists are going to be speaking to each other. So I guess I just wanted to say that when we think about, I don't know, I'm going to come from this still continuing with the conversation about intolerance and define femininity and that sort of thing. And one of the things that stands out to me that I was hearing a lot of questions in the chats about is, what is the connection with these attacks on these representations of Yemanjá and the treatment of female priests of Candomblé in particular? And I just wanted to respond by saying that one of the things that we all know is that historically, at least, a lot of the leaders of Candomblé were traditionally Black females, and that this is something that, people have seen as being very empowering and that sort of thing, right? And then in the acts of religious intolerance that we're seeing now, one of the things that I'm trying to analyze is what percentage of the victims of religious intolerance, in particular violent religious intolerance, armed invasion of temples, assault of worshipers, and this kind of thing, are Black women, especially Black women above the age of 60 or 70. And the short answer is it's a very large percentage. And so part of the way that we understand intolerance against Afro-Brazilian religion seems to be an attack on this idea of not just divinities in terms of the Òrìṣàs, but also divinities in terms of priests of Candomblé, embodied female divinities in this way. And so thinking about what it means to be Black, female, and a priest of an Afro-Brazilian religion in a country that is moving much toward this, of course, male-dominated Protestant ideology is very significant right now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Merritt and Dr. Boaz. Our two final presenters, Iyanifa, Joanna, and Dr. Ogunaike, would you like to offer just a brief reflection?
Right, well, I couldn't see the chats while I was doing the presentation, but I kind of quickly went back over to read some of the things that was being said. I certainly was not trying to be divisive. What I was trying to do was to be informative in terms of noting some of the differences between Lukumi and Isheshe traditions, not as a value judgment, but I think it's the same that holds true when we're trying to bring back some of the history that I was mentioning about some of the things that we don't normally talk about with regard to Oshun and the sacred feminine, and the same thing with regard to Odu, that I think it's a matter of trying to bring in this history, these principles, and not necessarily trying to create bad feelings over it, but just to have it be out there and to be understood that there are competing narratives, or there are other narratives out there. And I think as a lover of history, for me, I think it's imperative for us to look back and kind of bring these various histories into the milieu, so to speak, and be able to move on from there. Because for me, I don't think it's possible to move forward into the future without looking back at all of our past. And some of that past may be hurtful, some may not be, but again, all of it, I think, is informative and is what is needed to inform the future.
Well, I think to be very quick, I think the way I tend to approach this issue is that, or from the perspective of diversity, I think one of the most beautiful things about African and Afro-diasporic traditions is the way that they're able to embrace multiplicity, plurality, and diversity, more so than the ways a lot of other traditions are practiced. And so for me, whenever I hear someone say that, oh, women can't be a part of this tradition, or men shouldn't be a part of this tradition, I start to get skeptical because that type of absolute, I think, doesn't really have much of a place within this type of cosmology or philosophy. I also think that it's hard to beat truth. And so if you're able to do some of the real research and then present the evidence, I like to believe people who really care about what, whether it's God, the ancestors, the Òrìṣà, the Vodou, the Loa, really want and are trying to do in the world, then you have to just sort of fall in line. And so from my perspective, if you have people who are flourishing and doing the right kind of work, if they do it a bit differently, then you just say, well, look, this is working for them. Why does that need to be an issue for you necessarily? And so if you can get people to sort of fall back and respect the will or the activity or the work of whatever spirits it is that people are working with, then I always think that's a good way to approach it.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take my privilege of introducing a new tradition, of concluding our panel with a rousing cha-cha appreciation. Please also send some good energy and thanks to our fantastic third panel. We know that the day moves on, and as such, we live in a funny world where clocks dictate our time. We recognize that time is expensive, but we're so incredibly grateful for you sharing your wisdom and for your light. And with that, I'm going to allow us to transition to our final panel, the Practitioners Roundtable. A warm thank you once again to our moderator, Manbo Dr.Charlene Désir, my god sister, my teacher. Warm thank you to each of the panelists. And vendors, thank you for continuing to light the fire. Remember that Haitian Vodou flags are still available. I'll send the link once again. Inbox me privately if you're interested. And looking forward to our Practitioners Roundtable. Thank you, Dr. Iyafunlayo.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Mambo Dr. Daniels. And thank you, panel. That was incredible. It was phenomenal. It was clearly, we knew it would be controversial, but I'm gonna point, I'm gonna touch, I'm gonna press on the point that Dr. Ogunaike just made. You cannot beat truth. Truth is truth. And we cannot be afraid of offending people with the truth. So understand that our traditions developed under duress. particularly when we're talking, well, not only in the diaspora, but also on the continent as well. And they also developed in the presence of foreign influences. And these are things that we have to grapple with and we have to be honest with, especially those of us who are both scholars and practitioners. We have a burden to carry in terms of bringing the light of truth to both the scholarly community and to the community of practitioners, and making sure that we are not just dressing up Western concepts with African clothes, right? But that we are really doing the work to excavate our own original epistemologies, our original ways of seeing the world. That is what the ADRSA is all about. So fight your mama, or don't, please don't. Because some of y'all been doing that for too long. Don't fight your mama. Stop fighting your mama. You go with your mama and you prosper. Hallelujah. Yes, now. And my mama's still in the house. We give so much thanks and praise for that. We are just going to take about 5 minutes here, and then we're going to transition. Just please stand up, stretch, get your back right. You can do it. Put your back into it. Put your back right, stretch out for just a moment, and just for a couple of moments. And we will be coming back. We are so excited to conclude on a wonderfully high note with the practitioners panel. Many of us who have spoken have been scholars and practitioners as well. And that is, again, one of the beautiful ethoses of this association. And what makes it different from other scholarly associations is that we do really very much marry this idea of praxis and scholarship. And we know that also our sister organization, COSANBA, who is one of the co-sponsors of this conference, same thing. So, you know, it's very, very important that we, the lions, get to tell our tale. The hunters no more get to tell our tale. We tell our own tale. We tell our tale of victory. Asha, aibobo. So, get a drink of water, please. Share velo we umilo walo. Remember, if you want to go wash, it's water you go use. Share velo sebe umilo walo. If you want cook soup, it's water you go use. So, get a drink of water, stretch your back, and you will hear my voice again in just a few moments, welcoming you back. Alafia, alafia. So we are going to give another opportunity for our featured vendors to holla at us. We see them dropping the links in the comments. Queen Leah Lewis, I see you there dropping a link. Please come on back and greet those in the audience.
Fantastic. Greetings. This has been so tremendous today. I'm learning so much. I have notes. The energy is beautiful. And I'm excited to share with you all beautiful and sacred things. If you go to beautifulandsacredthings.com, you will discover treasures, natural healing treasures of gemstones, of adornments. I have a beautiful set. It's called the Divine Feminine and the Sacred Masculine Beautiful and Sacred Things set. And so it's a wonderful way for you to layer your vibration with intention oils that I create, as well as adornment, and also, of course, gemstones. So if you're a gemstone person like me, go check it out. I also want to share with you my book titled Gems and Juice. And Gems and Juice is a collaborative book written by myself and other women who are in the space of holistic healing. So this will introduce you to some amazing women who are doing amazing work around the country in the realm of holistic healing. To introduce my intention oils, these are all handcrafted, like I shared earlier, created per the guidance and the direction of my Egun. My grandmother was a root worker, and here I am continuing in her tradition. So this is Ashe Ibaye. This this is my Van. This is Van 2020 is what it's called, Van 2020. So this is the New Orleans formula per research. I went to school in New Orleans, but I built on it with some Ashe from North Louisiana. My people were sharecroppers and farmers. And so this is Van 2020 here for you. These are described on the website. The next oil I want to introduce also is called Unapologetic Boss Lady. And this is Unapologetic Boss Lady right here. I had an amazing,
that's perfect for the day. Beautiful.
Thank you. But this is inspired by my real life experience of encountering a mermaid in Jamaica. So the story's there on the website. Go to beautifulandsacredthings.com. This is Tish. This is named for the great Iyalode, the great chief of Oshun, my elder, one of my elders in the tradition. This is an Oshun attraction oil, and I'm getting nothing but raving reviews. People telling me they got 4 and 5 husbands. I said it. That's what they said. It's working.
Yes, it's working. It's working. Thank you. We are so happy to have you with us, because thank you so much for all of your work. We
Thank you.
Going to pop now over to Pennsylvania with our sister Sharifa at Sweet Things. How are you doing today, darling?
Here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having me, sis. I want to first thank you for once again bringing people together, creating a space in which this is the real marketplace, right? This exchange of experiences, exchange of wisdom and gems and knowledge, something that's invaluable. And so I'm so humbled and so grateful to be in a space as a child in the tradition and learning from elders, from a peripheral of experiences and tradition. So I thank you so much, sis. I thank you so much. And like I said, that was the real marketplace for me, a place that's, you can't put no price on what was just being said. So I appreciate it. I want to say that, so I'm Sharifa from Again Sweet Things. And it just kind of reminded me when Baba Mason was talking about names and knowing the names of things. So my name Sharifa by birth is given to me, which means pure and honest in Arabic. And the name of my business is Ageno, which was given to me, and the Choli name, which was given to me in Uganda, which means I trust you. So to have both those names together, so now it's going to mean the same, and the similar same thing. Very honored to be here. So I basically offer holistic services. And so my business is I would say it's split into two. When I look at as a person, I'm looking at how do we take care of ourselves physically, spiritually, and emotionally, holistically. And so half of my business, I'm doing natural products. I'm doing natural body butters, natural soaps, on toothpaste. I'm doing cloth pads for the women, cloth liners for us as well. If you're not hip to it, feel free to DM me or write any questions that you may have about it. I'm really a big advocate on womb work, womb healing with herbs, with caring for our mentees. Also, I'm big on ovulation manifestations and all those things. And so those, you know, I have workshops that I put out from here and there about that. And then the other part is of my business, definitely the spiritual aspect of it. So I'm a spiritualist and medium, and anything that I make is only made guided through spirit. So I want to shout out to y'all. Thank you. In the beginning, my Pisces third eye, seeing oil is sold out. So thank y'all for that. Also, my Get Money oil is sold out as well. The herbs that I have a lot of herbs on there to accommodate for different things. They can either be ingested through tea or smoked or used as incense, as my sister Falayo did a couple of days ago. And I for the raffle, I don't want to forget that. For the raffling portion of the program, I am offering a 10-minute tarot reading along with the, you know, to include. And so
yeah, yes. You know, I rock hard with my girl. This is my partner for the Honor Your Ancestors kit. So if you purchase that from ASHEYouRate.com, you got a wonderful altar cloth from her. You got incense from the Incense Girl. You got bay rum from Mama Juana's. You got all Black women-made spiritual products, all handmade, beautifully curated, also discount codes for the businesses. So that is still available at ASHEYouRate.com. And you can find Sister Sharifa in your e-journal, a link to her business, and shop with her as well as all of our vendors. We shout you all out. Please do download your e-journal and go ahead and click the link in the e-journal, or she's also dropping the links in the chat. We are going to conclude on a very high note. I have to, you know, we Africans, you know, we love each other. We never want to leave. We never want to stop talking to one another. You know, Mama Coco, blessings to her. She always talks about our leave taking, how we say, all right, baby. All right now. All right, I'm gonna talk to you later. All right, okay now. All right now, right? We go all right now, but 1,000 times before we actually go, because we just love each other. And so I wish that we did not have to wrangle ourselves, and we give thanks so much for a smooth and beautiful day. Can I get some Ashe fingers if you have been just having a wonderful day and enjoying and loving it, and just everything's been wonderful and fabulous, and yes, Ashe, I say, I see it, all the fingers, yes. Whitney, hey, how you doing? Adesanya and Ketchi, D. Anderson, Andrea, Sharon, my student, hello, darling, Oya, Mimi, Wavia, Natisha, I see them fingers wiggling. All right, we are going to come right into our practitioners panel. I am so very excited again. The ADRSA is about the marriage of scholarship and praxis. And so we always honor the knowledge that comes to us through practitioners and scholar practitioners. Not only academic knowledge, we privilege all of our knowledge. And so we are really excited to come to you with our final panel of practitioners, which is Divine, Feminine, and Masculine in Motion Practitioners Panel. Our first speaker for the panel is going to be Seyi Adebanjo, who is a queer, gender non-conforming Nigerian MFA artist who raises awareness around social issues through digital video, multimedia photography, ritual, and writing workshops. Seyi's work is the intersection of art, media, imagination, ritual, and politics. Seyi was recently awarded a residency with the Laundromat Project, the Brio Award, and one of the 8 exciting filmmakers shaking up Hollywood by IndieWire. Hey, Seyi, come on now. Seyi was nominated for 2020 Art Matters Fellowship. Seyi's projects include Afro Mystic, which follows LGBTQ Yoruba practitioners and priests and priestesses in Nigeria, Brazil, and the United States, while reclaiming lost mythologies. I Am, We Are Here illuminates the vitality, spirit, and joy of queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people of color in the Bronx. Shay's powerful Short Justice for Islam Nettles has screened on PBS Channel 13 and continues to screen globally with the documentary Oya, Something Happened on the Way to West Africa. Shay, please. Ashe fingers.
Shalafiani.
Alafiani o, ẹ káàbọ̀.
Adúpẹ́. Thank you all for having me here to share some of the work that I've been doing with community. I'm gonna first start out with showing off a video, and if there's time, I'll read part of an excerpt of a story that we created in community. So enjoy. Òrìṣà is a space for queer, trans, and gender nonconforming folks of color. Afro Mystic EP, also known as Afro Mystic Experimental Project, is a series, is a workshop, is an embodiment that lets all folks know, especially queer, trans, gender nonconforming folks of color, that Òrìṣà, indigenous Yoruba spirituality, Lukumi, Candomblé, is a safe space where folks of all gender expressions, sexuality can be.
Dust and ash from the Sahara lands on their skin. You hear a gasp in the silence. Sorry, y'all, I loaded this and I'm not sure why it's being buggy.
It's like a ceremony. I feel like it was like a ceremony. Like people are going and they're just releasing themselves despite what's going on around them, and like that's like the opportunities that they struggle with. But now they have a space where they can have a ceremony and release that and still go out into the world and be free.
The river is polluted, the earth is on fire. A Rindler stands at the edge of the rainforest and knows that the work will never be enough. They know also that burning things can nourish life, like the dust and ash that floats across the Sahara each year to fertilize the trees of the Caribbean.
So I think this part with the hunter, that biggest part, and then we'll be the this part with the hunter, that biggest part, and then what was the other one about the?
Definitely cutting it.
Jay, I think maybe the video while live streaming might be pulling a little hard on the net. Maybe you could walk us through a little bit of it.
Yes. So basically what the film is, it's a documentation of different community workshops that I did in Bed-Stuy and also in the South Bronx. Really the goal of Afro-Mystic Experimental Project is really looking at creating spaces where folks who are queer, who are trans, who are LGBTQ know that they are the divine and the divine loves them, right? Contrary to what they might be hearing. And so it was really looking at having a gathering that is was ritual in and of itself, to see what stories, what odus, what mythology that people knew about gender fluidity or queer or transness within the different Òrìṣà practices, whether that be from Nigeria, that's from Brazil, or that's from Lukumi. And so this was a documentation of what the process was of creating these stories, and also looking at doing movements to them and also performing them in a way that was a work in progress, so that community can experience this work we did and also be a part of it in a different way. So I'll see if I can jump.
It said buffalo and then the physical description.
To show you a little bit of it. Yeah, I had fully loaded it and had played perfectly, but yeah, it's pulling hard on the internet.
So maybe this part? You're here.
And so this is just showing the choreographer, Deborah, put in movements to some of the words that we had created during the workshops. And so with Afro-Mystic Experimental Performance, it was something that we did that was open to anyone. You didn't have to be a traditionalist or Yoruba practitioner. You can be of some type of faith-based practice and come into this conversation and learn and also be a part of it. And so we also did something in Brook Park in the South Bronx, where we looked at having Òrìṣà storytelling actually in this forest, and to look at what are some of the stories we can learn and read some pieces from academia, and just break down these conversations around like, how is academia talking about gender fluidity and also Òrìṣà practice? What are our thoughts on it? Do we agree? Do we disagree? And have it be in a nature setting, and which is really what a botanica is, to look at and have a conversation. What are some of the herbs or the iwe that we can use within the practice that we're doing?
Of the iles, yeah.
Not iles, but of a house, but now to connect it to an ile as like, this is this like ancestral, spiritual.
And a lot of iles
reformation.
Right, and then at the same time, like, especially dealing with like Santeria Lukumi, you have to realize that it's rooted in Catholicism, which is a whole nother layer.
The gender fluidity that people wanted to like preserve, but not necessarily talk about sex, because Yoruba culture is out about it, but in the closet about it in different ways, you know. But I thought it was interesting that they like use Selena, who's a trans woman, and then later they talk about like drag queens, right? So the article is like using inlay in many different ways in terms of like their articulation or their relationships to the queer community. In this workshop, we've been doing like storytelling. We've added to some narratives around like how Òrìṣà is affirming for us to be able to bring to you tonight these 5 stories, and plus a film at the end of the stories of looking at how Òrìṣà affirms trans, gender non-conforming, and also queer or LGBTQ bodies here in Brooklyn and also the South Bronx. So we're going to start with our first story, which is a story around Olodumare. So welcome.
The sky is opening and there's a strong presence that wishes to make an appearance. Their feet touch the ground and suddenly their eyes close, asleep on the ground.
The next day, as the sun peeks into a room, there sits a soul that many not know, but revere. As they touch their freshly cut hair and scalp, we see the full lips under their white beard.
Know that I got you and will protect you. You are my creation, my children.
Olodumare states to Eshu,
why are you playing with me? It doesn't give me time to deal with all the queer and trans folk who have been kicked out of home, the churches, the temples. They have been knocking on my door.
As they play with the outfit, tossing the skirt about, they turn and they spin. However, people know not to play around with them.
Their voice, neither high or low, is soft and warm. They sound like river water gliding over rock.
Olodumare!
Olodumare! Olodumare!
As much as I love being a prince and hunting with my father Inle, being a princess and dancing with my mother Oshun, it has made me into something that no one else will ever understand.
And look at me in the eyes.
Oh. Oh.
Suddenly, Yewa pulls her hands out of the dirt. She grabs her shield and shelters them both under it. Oshogo of Olona, loss of rose, flies by over their heads, whispering and whistling. Thank you.
So I'll stop there and I'll just say briefly, we looked at a couple different Òrìṣàs that we looked at what do people know about these different Òrìṣàs, especially we looked at Laguna Day from Brazil, we looked at Emenle, we looked at Obatala, we looked at Eshu, we looked at Oya and also Oshun, and just what folks knew about them fundamentally. Folks learned different things in terms of looking at gender fluidity, and we created different stories out of who these Òrìṣàs were. And then we experimented with those stories to present this work in progress performance that we did. And at the basis of it is that all these Òrìṣàs, and then especially about Olodumare, is that this, there was already this fluidity. There was already a space for us as folks who were queer, who was trans and gender nonconforming, to already be within it. And so it wasn't that we were making things out, we were just being artistic in terms of some of the settings we might put the different Òrìṣàs for that particular part of the story. And again, in its essence is that there's always this space that allows folks who are LGBTQ to not only to exist, but to be leaders, to be powerful within it, to be gatekeepers who are at the crossroads of supporting people in this human world and also in the spirit world. And so that's really what's at the foundation of Afro Mystic Experimental Project, is that Òrìṣà is home to the LGBTQ community and reminding people of that, showing that, and working to make sure that there's safe spaces, and also like, you know, if it's legislation, if it's different things that allows people to thrive and not stay hidden and not believe that you cannot be in an Ile because you are trans, you are queer and whatnot, and that you have a right to be powerful, leave your house, and also to be a leader in this practice. So I'll stop there and thank you.
Ashe, Ashe, thank you so much, Shay, illustrating the reason why arts and representation are so important and inextricably tied to our traditions. So thank you so very much for that. I am honored. I'm gonna tell y'all a secret. And the secret is that the big reason why I do this work is that I just love hanging out with all my peoples. I get to hang, we get to have fun, and it's just beautiful. So I am very honored to introduce another dear friend, Nganga Mokosi, Daisy Latifa, also known in the community as the Afro Mystic. She is a traditional Black belt root worker and certified clinical hypnotherapist out of Los Angeles, California. Born into a family of Mississippi and South Carolina natives, she received the veiled teachings of what we now call Hoodoo, an Afro-diasporic spiritual system created, cultivated, and maintained by kidnapped African people during the transatlantic slave trade. Through her work at the Afro Mystic, she utilizes the African practices of ritual work, ancestor veneration, divination, astrology, hypnotherapy, and herbal medicine to help Black people reclaim our rightful roles, destinies, and spaces under the sun. Welcome, welcome. She will be talking about the mothers and the fathers in Hoodoo and Tarot. Welcome.
Blessings, Funlayo. Iya Funlayo, thank you so much for having me here.
You are so welcome at Cabo. Welcome.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes. Loud and clear.
Excellent. Thank you again so much. I am incredibly honored to be here. Every time I'm invited to speak at a conference or something that you're doing, I know it's going to be an amazing time. I know that all of the right people are going to be there to share the information that needs to be shared at this time in this period of history. So I'm honored to be part of the number of the circle. And I just want to pour back into you my gratitude for having the capacity to organize something like this, especially at this time. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Of course, of course. So much respect to all of the other panelists here. These are people that I love as peers, elders, and extended family. Special shout out to Shayi, who I share names with, our mission share names. I really, really appreciate you. And today we're going to be talking about the archetypes of the mothers and the fathers in the divination system that many of us know, and some of us have come to love, known as tarot. So we'll be examining some of the feminine and masculine messaging within them and how they can be utilized as a source of wisdom for our living lives as breathing, growing practitioners of whatever African-based spiritual system we may come from. So let me see if I can share this screen now. Here we go, here we go. All right, so like Funlayo beautifully mentioned in the bio, I am an open practitioner of Hoodoo. So the information I'll be presenting as, although it'll be universal to any spiritual system, I come from the practice of Hoodoo, so I'll be talking from the perspective of a Hoodoo practitioner. For those that are unfamiliar with the term Hoodoo or conjure, I'll go ahead and give a definition about what I mean when I refer to this spiritual system. And I know we only have about 15 minutes to get through this, so I'm gonna move as quickly as possible. So real quick, what is Hoodoo? When I'm talking about Hoodoo, I'm talking about the unique African spiritual system that was created and maintained by an amalgamation of African ethnic groups who met, who merged lives, who merged practices in the bellies and the bowels of what we know as the Ma'afa, or the transatlantic slave trade over here on these sides of the world in the what became the United States, in the colonies, as they were called. So the African people brought here included groups from the Congo, from Benin, from Nigeria, modern day Togo, Cameroon, Senegal, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Sierra Leone, Angola, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Gabon, Liberia, Angola. You know, where people were brought from is extremely various. So in essence, Hoodoo is a pan-African spiritual system. And like other Afro-diasporic religious systems, it implements the concepts of prayer, ritual cleansing and acts of ritual purification, the use of spiritual medicines to create change, a spiritual song and dance, which we love so much, deep ancestor veneration, veneration of the forces of nature as deities. A lot of people are not aware that the conjure tradition has a collection of a pantheon of deities that were either created or birthed here as we were here. And divination, the practice of divination, the ever important, very necessary practice of the divination, which is about utilizing ritual to communicate with the divine for answers to questions that we may have. So when you look at the wholeness of hoodoo divination, there are plenty of different divinatory practices that we practice here as African people, keeping our traditions close to ourselves through the trauma of the transatlantic slave trade. There are plenty of divination practices to speak for, and depending on the region that the diviner was in at any given point in history, we have practitioners who use bones for divination, which is an ancestral favorite for people who inhabited the Carolinas and the Low Country into Georgia and into Florida because of the high concentration of Bantu Congo people in that region. We have some who use palm tree leaves to divine. We have people who use cowrie shells to divine as carryovers from the Yorùbá tradition even. Some use dice, dominoes, pennies. All of us use dreams. Some of us use animal eggs. Some of us use the lines that appear in the sand on the shoreline as the waves retreat. So there are a lot of different ways to divine, but some of us also use cards in the later years of our practice as hoodoo songs, or hoodoo saints, as I like to call us, including but not limited to the practice of using playing cards and tarot cards, the cards that contain 4 suits that correspond to different archetypal energies that we experience on a day-to-day, life-to-life basis. So that's what we're going to really get into, the practice of using cards within the hoodoo tradition, primarily tarot cards, and primarily a couple specific tarot cards to stay on topic with the topic of today, which is the divine masculine, divine feminine. So we don't have to go in depth about the origins and history of tarot in this very brief talk. We don't really have the time to do that. Eventually, I will share some of my findings about the origin of tarot, and it's wild. Everything always leads back to Africa, everything. So what I will say is 2 things. One of them is that the most popularized form of the tarot as we know it, the Rider-Waite deck that contains the images you're probably most familiar with when you think of the tarot, was designed by a woman with half African ancestry. So Pamela Coleman Smith, who you see here, also known as Pixie, the woman who was commissioned and paid pennies to draw the Rider-Waite version of the tarot, who died in relative obscurity and in poverty, had a Jamaican mother. And while rediscovering her roots during a return to Jamaica, she compiled and authored a book of Anansi stories that can be found today. As you see, the image on the left is the cover of the book. So we're honoring that kind of hard to find and hard to rectify piece of information about the origin of the tarot as we know it today. A Black woman was involved in it. She was responsible for pulling the images out of herself to draw archetypal forces of nature. So we want to honor that. And the second thing I'll say about the tarot is that Europeans did not invent cartomancy, which is the use of divining with cards. The turning over of painted or marked pieces of paper, papyrus, or leaves for divination could be found in Kemet, could be found in the civilizations of the Moors, could be found in Cameroon years before the invention of what we know of today as Europe. Okay, so I'll leave that there for a conversation at another time, but we'll go ahead and get into the subject matter of the talk. These are the 4 cards that we'll be briefly taking a look at today. I chose these because these cards manifest as the first explicitly gendered cards in the major arcana of the tarot. And they represent very specific frequencies that bring up the universal law of gender that states that everything has a masculine and a feminine principle in a various degree. A lot of what everybody talks about earlier. So if you look, you'll see the High Priestess, the Empress, the Emperor, and the Hierophant. And just kind of put a pin in this. Energetically, the Hierophant, card 5, manifests as the masculine principle or presentation of the High Priestess. So the Hierophant goes with the High Priestess. Card 2 is the High Priestess. Card 4 is the Emperor, and he manifests as the physical masculine presentation of his wife, the Empress, which is card 3. So it goes without saying that the essential energy of all 4 of these cards are necessary for all people, feminine, masculine, and all points on the gender gradient and spectrum in between. So let's talk about the High Priestess here. I hope everyone can still hear me. Okay, the High Priestess. The High Priestess is the first card in the deck that manifests in physical feminine form. So she presents as feminine, as woman. And she represents all stages of womanhood. She is the principle of feminine spiritual power. And if you look at her images, you can see that she usually sits in between 2 pillars representing the duality of existence. And she is kind of centered in the gradient of that, representing the balance between them, which is essentially her representing the law, the universal law herself. So she sits in the doorway between us and the knowledge of all things. And in order for you to get to have access to the knowledge of all things, she requires acute spiritual adeptness and stillness in order for you to access this wisdom, because she is the keeper of the infinite scrolls of knowledge and the owner of divinatory answers. So no information can come forth but by the High Priestess within. So she's stillness, internal voice, intuition. You must quiet yourself in order to have access to the records of information within your DNA, within your conscious, within your subconscious. It is that principle of quietness and stillness that allows you to hear what is happening under the surface. She has a lunar association, and she reminds us that knowledge is a precursor to wisdom. Knowledge is a precursor to wisdom. You can't do better until you know better. And there are practices and processes you need to have in order to know in the first place. So be still and know that you are God, our creator. So she represents that principle. And, you know, one way that I like to think about her is that she's intuition. She is the humility to know that you don't really know nothing. And that knowing that you don't really know nothing is the only way that you can open the path to knowing everything. And, you know, we work on this every day, but she represents that principle of humility to the information of the wholeness of the all. So here is another visual representation of what a High Priestess in your family might look like. She might give you that questioning look, asking you if you're ready for the answers that you seem to be asking for. Okay, card 5, the Hierophant. We go from card 2 to card 5 because I want to show you the correlations between the feminine and the masculine of the same principle. So card 5 is the Hierophant. He represents the masculine manifestation of spiritual power. He turns spiritual knowledge into wisdom, which is action. He is the Babalawo to Odu. He is the Dr. Buzzard to all of the information that the mothers pass down within the Hoodoo tradition. He is the deacon to the motherboard in the Black church as we know it. He is responsible for using the information that the High Priestess has given him and implementing systems of spiritual practice for applying knowledge to himself and living it as a human being on this earth. So as the High Priestess is the keeper of the infinite scrolls of knowledge, he is the owner of the divinatory process. He is how you draw the answers out and implement them into your life. He is a teacher and enforcer of the universal laws. He's As he is wise, he's a teacher of spiritual law, and he assists others in living according to them. So this is the one who officiates your marriage. He blesses children when they're born. He prays over the dead when they're about to pass, or the dying person as they're about to pass. His wisdom has given him the spiritual authority because he has taken what he has learned from the high priestess and put it into action. So he reminds us that wisdom is putting knowledge into action. What you know needs to always inform what you do. You and only you are responsible for living your destiny, so you best do it. And here is another, a kind of an archetypal representation of the Hierophant. This is Bishop Charles Mason, the founder of the Kojic Church and root worker in his own right. Card 3 is the Empress. Okay, so now we're getting into the second manifestation of the feminine bodied principle in the tarot. So card 3 in the tarot is the second card that represents in physical feminine form. She represents the creative stage of womanhood associated with pregnancy, birth, and the willingness to give infinitely if she could, and she can. So she's the principle of feminine creative power. She governs that cycle of ecstasy, conception, gestation, birth, and then ecstasy again, and repeats that cycle over and over to make sure that there is always something to witness. There is always something to receive in this lifetime for us. She corresponds to the keepers of the cycle of the natural world, the creator of material bounty and wealth. She is the great mother. Her archetype governs the cycle of all physical existence, the cycles of nature, etc. In the tarot, she's the creator of beauty and wealth on earth, the plants that feed us and nourish us, the water that hydrates us, the sun that warms our skin, the sun that warms our bones and our blood. She's the gold in the soil that we dig up to adorn ourselves with. She is the oils and the roots and the seeds that we press out to moisturize our bodies. She is sensual experience. She's grounding in the body and caretaking of the bodies of herself and others. So she reminds us of the primal wisdom in the natural material world and its tendency to express itself in abundance and bounty. She reminds us that the body has its own primal wisdom, that there is infinite material to create from and with, and to create, give, and enjoy. Sometimes we can become very heady. Sometimes we can become artificially obsessed with things that do not matter. This woman, this archetype reminds us to bring it back to the natural cycles. And here's an example of what a high priestess might look like, or I'm sorry, the empress might look like in your family: the caretaker, the nurturer. And finally, we come to the Emperor card, which is card number 4 in the tarot. Number 4 is the number of structure, and he represents the organizational principle, the masculine creative principle. He is an organizer of material bounty and wealth. So as the Empress offers endless material bounty and wealth, he takes it, organizes it, and creates a firm structure for it. He takes the fertile bushland that the Empress provides him and forges and paves a clear, definable path so that we can actually reach the fruit and the medicines that she offers in abundance. And so in this vein, he represents the limits of the natural world. You know, you can go anywhere, but you gotta go somewhere. And he represents the going somewhere with intention and fortitude and clarity. So he governs the power of lineage. So what we mean by that is that although the Empress is responsible for giving birth to everyone that will ever be, the Emperor places an importance on the power and the authority vested in him being passed down through to the next generation by blood and by name. So he keeps a recognition, a conscious recognition of power within the lineages that come after him. So he reminds us that authority is gained as the protector of what is right and true, right? He is to provide protection and structure for the empress, and his authority comes from that. Protecting the vulnerable
Excuse me, I'm so sorry, honey. You know, it's gonna be like hurting my heart. I was trying to get you in the chat. Just one more minute to wrap up. I'm sorry.
I have one slide left. No problem.
Hey, I know you was right on it.
You know, trying to do right. But protecting the vulnerable is always an honorable expression of masculinity. Here is an example of an emperor that might be in your family. Yeah. So finally, what can we learn from these archetypes? All of these archetypes exist in our experience in one way or another. They cannot be ran from. These are universal principles. Become familiar with these archetypes, these laws, these forces of nature, and know that all of them exist in you at any given time for you to pull upon to step into your destiny the way you need to. And the balancing act and flow of your feminine and masculine portions, both spiritual, worldly, or internal and external, equals power. The cultivation of power requires you to be in balance of those many different expressions of femininity and masculinity. And we wish you power. The purpose of delving into our African spiritual practices is to cultivate a power and a connection between you, the ancestors behind you, and the descendants before you. So I hope this helped. Thank you so much.
Oh man, thank you. Come on now, Ashe fingers, hoodoo power fingers, Holy Spirit fingers. Yes, give it up. We are, yes, tambourines, hey, come on down, come through with church.
A little bit.
Giving us church. Yes, thank you so much. And Ganga Makosi, Baby Latifa, the Afro Mystic. We are just so, look, you know, the comments, of course, everybody, you've given everybody life. They said, thank you so much. Ashe, yes, tambourine, Daisy, I always appreciate you. Thank you so much. Just so much love, so much love, so much love. We are just blessed by each and every presenter today, all of the different styles, all of the different modes, they just come together so beautifully. Our final two presentations of the day. I saved some of the best, we all the best, but I saved some of the juicy, especially because we are talking about the divine, feminine, and masculine coming together. We have talked so much about this idea of mother and son, the divine feminine giving birth to the divine masculine, and we have a mother and a son who will come one after the other. So we first have the mother, an Akpong, ceremonial singer of Òrìṣà chants, Iya Olori Wa, and the exclamation point is a part of the spelling, so make sure you put that exclamation point on there. She has worked with greats in many traditions, including Kweyao, Agyapong, Lazaro, Ross, Puntilla, Rios, Canute, Bernard, Ibae, Emelita, Pedrosa, Felito, Oviedo, and many others. She is a composer of original Òrìṣà songs. She has also performed and recorded with Emilio Berretto's Santissimo, Milton Cardona's Bembe, Women of the Calabash, and Roman Diaz's Loda Fumbata. She is the mother of Òrìṣà Amo What, who is also in the audience. Hey, sis. Òrìṣà Kofi Bernard and Òrìṣà Oludare Bernard. Ama and Oludare are world-renowned Akpongs and artists. Life has opened new doors for Iya under the tutelage of Oba Oriate, Craig Brown, Oluo Otun, and Oba Oriate, Anthony Sanchez, Ode Toby. She is now an Iton Akoshe, training in the religious study of Oba Oriate, officiant of Lukumi rituals. She is one of two African-American women on this journey, following in the footsteps of Timothea Latuan, Albert Ayalewu, and other phenomenal female Oriates. Iya Oloriwa is a writer and entrepreneur of Brooklyn Scrunch Hats. She is the founder of Alokoso and director, Alukoso, which means director, of the Egbe Iwa Odo Kunrin, Egbe Iwa Odo Binrin, the Society of Young Men and Young Women of Character Rites of Passage program. Iya, please, we are so incredibly delighted to have you with us at Cabo.
This conference, am I unmuted now? Can you hear me? This
Yes, we can.
Is just everything. I am so honored to be a part of it. I just want to say hello to everybody. Today, I'm going to speak to you about my experience as an Apon and an Oriate in training. And for those of you who may not know, let me just give you a basic idea of what I mean. An Apon is a person who sings for Egun and Òrìṣà. An Oriate, interchangeably known as Oba and Italero, is a person who conducts rituals. I'm presently an Iton, also known as an Akoshe, which is an apprentice training to be an Oriate. Now, I had to think about this a little bit, and I remember after working in one of my earliest ceremonies, an elder priestess came up to me and told me how proud she was. And, of course, that was absolutely amazing. But other women came up to me and told me that they were shocked that they had no idea that women were allowed to engage in Oba study. And this response was a bit shocking, but then I realized that it shouldn't really have surprised me at all. The fact that women can be Obas is information that is part of Lukumi history, but it's not information that's commonly discussed. It's really only through my studies with Baba John Mason, Oba Willie Ramos, and others that I was even made aware that women were not only allowed to do this, but that women were indeed the first Oba Oriates in Cuba. I remember when I became interested in doing this and I spoke to the Oba Oriate who officiated my initiation, Jose Manuel Guinard Oyadina. He says, I told him I was interested in this and he exclaimed, "Ah, Lachuan." I had no idea what the man was talking about. I had no idea, but I would really soon discover how profound a statement that was and how high a bar he was really setting for me. Now, everybody knows about the transatlantic slave trade. Well, not everybody, but we know about the transatlantic slave trade. And in Cuba and in other places, there had to be a consensus or a regrouping, if you will, of how Òrìṣà culture and tradition would be kept alive under these extreme and tragic circumstances. And it's really, and I say this all the time, it's really only through the courage and forbearance of our ancestors that Òrìṣà worship is alive and continues to be practiced in Africa, as well as all the places where these ships took our enslaved ancestors. I can't stress that enough. Now in Cuba, there were several priestesses who helped to establish the regla de ocha, or rules of Òrìṣà practice. Many performed the services and or held the title of Oba Oriate. And among them were Na Rosalia Abru, Efunshe Warikondo, and Na Mosarante Gonzalez Obatero. And then there was Lachuan, the one that Baba Jose was so excited about. Now, of these three women, Timotea Albert Ajayi Lewo, also known as Lachuan, was the most influential Oba Oriate of her time. Now, she also trained the famous Oba Oriate Obadi Meiji, but he and the many Obas that emerged after his death did not train any women. Now, my journey to this path is long. It's a bit of a convoluted story. So I'm going to divert a little bit and speak to you about what came first for me, which was becoming an Apon. In the late 70s, early 80s, I discovered the Òrìṣà tradition through dance and music. And back then, there were only a few recordings of Òrìṣà music. If you wanted to learn it, you had to go where it was. You had to be in it. You had to go where it was happening. And I had the profound blessing of meeting two of the most prominent and beautiful women of the Apon profession, Ia Ama Maken and Ia Ola Dejin. And they took me under their wings, and I accompanied them in their drum group, Omiesa. Whenever I could, like everywhere I went, I was their shadow. But even back before I embarked on this road, I was already singing. I sang in school, and I was a soloist in my Catholic school choir. Now, which is interesting because transitioning from Catholicism to Òrìṣà tradition was made easier for me because of dance and music. Now, also the familiar rituals of lighting candles and praying the saints, that helped a lot too, but it was really about the music and the dance. When I went to Medbase, I loved the atmosphere. I loved the energy, the community gathering, the fancy attire, the drums, the singing, the food, and all of this bringing down the Òrìṣà who would possess their priests and bring God into our midst. Now I was amazed at the musicians and singers' ability to make this happen, but it wasn't just a chance happening. The Bembe is not just a party, it's a ceremonial practice with severe and very strict structure and protocols. Now at the time I wasn't initiated yet, but I was singing for a lot of new initiates and loving every moment of it. And then it was time for me. At my initiation, Ia Ama, Ia Ola, and Omiesa